guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Anonymous Bites back. We are broadcasting from Another Voice YouTube channel because our main channel has got a strike for an old video called the Halloween Special, and they call us a violent criminal organization. So that's a new thing. But we will just discuss the Free Commander X thing on here tonight, and Afghanistan and some other stuff. But it is worth it to mention at least real quickly that we got a fucking strike again. And we are censored for a week, it said. So we can't stream for a week, which is pretty much one episode. So, yeah. We'll be back on the normal channel in a week. So. Please help share this around because we're on a new channel. People might not be able to find it. They might not be subscribed or whatever. If you aren't subscribed, this is our backup channel, so you can follow us whenever we're censored on this one. And sharing is caring.
We're live there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Someone said alright. Alright. Yes, alright Elvis Centauri, welcome.
Well, they can't scare violent criminals like us.
Yeah, we do exorcisms.
Oh, no, I'm doing the opposite of an exorcism. see, they said that I'm a violent... What was it? What did they say we were?
Violent criminal organization. You're the leader.
And we have the medical misinformation strike.
Yes, but I am the cult leader.
Right?
It said violent criminal organization, and the leader is the cat.
Ooh, RICO laws for the organization now too.
Oh, RICO laws, huh? Well, okay, so I'm gonna lawyer just argue if you're gonna rule them to be a violent criminal organization and use the RICO Act, you're gonna have to go after the Clinton Foundation too.
Yeah.
AK. This
Well, you
is
see,
America.
The Clinton Foundation is the biggest the biggest violation of the RICO Act that there is. So.
Yeah, but they don't get censored on YouTube, and YouTube is not saying they're a violent criminal organization, so they aren't.
I disagree. There's more dead bodies under Hillary and Bill than any criminal organization or most criminal organizations. I mean, so yeah, you're gonna have to disagree.
Sounds like medical misinformation to me, AK.
Yeah, man, Bob, you're right. We are live. For fuck's sake, it's Anonymous Bites back, Another Voice, because we got more strikes. Definitely.
Isn't everything that the government do also criminal?
And violent. Don't forget that.
And violent, yes. We might be criminal, but we are not violent.
Well, they're an organization too. They're institutions.
Yeah, so technically it's criminal fucking, but it's violent criminal institution. Way worse.
You can do whatever you want as long as you don't stream on YouTube. You can kill all these people around you. Like, just search for Clinton's dead friends. But yeah, as long as you don't stream on YouTube, you're not violent.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't understand their logic of using an algorithm to say whether people are violent or not, because it's going to have false positives, and one of the false positives would be saying that an episode dedicated fully to exorcisms and fucking all that shit is a violent criminal organization. I mean, I don't understand their logic on how they figured out and came to that conclusion, but you know.
I'm gonna call it my Iranian girlfriend. They better watch out.
See, I'm curious as to their logic in picking this out, because, like, I wonder who's the soul that's going through ABB's videos and it's just like, I don't know about this one, but this video, perfect for a strike. Yeah.
Yeah, someone reported that video because it was an old video, the Halloween one, and it wasn't even illegal. Nothing was illegal in it. Well, okay, maybe a little, but
I have an idea.
We had one episode where we mentioned all the NSA keywords, and we didn't get a strike for that one.
oh no, we never had an episode like that, and don't worry, don't search for any episode like that. It is never do that kind of stuff.
Oh, you're gonna bring up the disclaimers.
Yeah, no, you just don't want to give. If someone is reporting it, you don't want to give them more info.
Yeah.
Listen,
if you want that video, just go to World Economic Forum. That's the YouTube channel you're looking for to report. Okay.
WEF. Or
Yes.
search for Klaus Schwab.
No. If you want to report a YouTube channel for anything, we recommend the QAnon channel, Anonymous Official.
Yep.
Also called Super Anonymous.
They're the real anonymous. Promise.
You're anonymous.
See, Anonymous Official likes to pretend they have leaks and say that they have things and they don't. So, report them for misinformation. If you're gonna use that function, it's a great channel to report.
Well, they're even more dangerous than we are, the violent criminal organization.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's the real anonymous.
Remember?
Also,
Take credit for everything Anonymous has done.
Also, shocking revelations. The world might end soon. You have to watch this video.
Right. That's what we said in 2012 as well. The world will end.
That
was
the
still
10
here.
biggest secrets of the world. Elon Musk's shocking statements. You have to watch this video. Yeah, I actually look at the channel.
Like I said, they said it already in 2012 that that the world will end, and we're at 2021 now, and still we are here.
You sound disappointed.
Yeah, I am.
I mean, I don't know why you're not just absolutely elated with the current state of the world, Ted. I don't.
The world is fucked up.
Yeah, I know.
So
State
I
of the
wouldn't
world.
know
Obvious.
that. You know, just
But look, the Afghanis. Look, they said they're holy warriors and they were gonna kick the great Satan out of their country. But and they did it. That's the big story.
yep.
Well, that's actually so wonderful.
All the people who were sent there and died for nothing. They died in vain.
I mean, well, it goes back to even further than that. Anybody who was sent to Iraq died in vain. Anyone who was sent to Vietnam died in vain. Anyone who was sent to Korea died in vain. Well, not necessarily vain, but died for a clear agenda that didn't serve the one that they had in mind, that they thought that they were serving. So
Well, silly glory. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars, okay, that they were there for oil fields. So no, they did not die in vain. They died to protect the oil and the natural resources for the elitist oil companies.
oh yes, pardon me. They died to protect the oil for ExxonMobil and the lithium in Afghanistan for electric car batteries for the fourth industrial revolution, and the opium for big pharma, and to protect the pedophile warlords in Afghanistan. They really made such great sacrifices.
I'm trying to
That
look at
is
this from the
sarcasm.
Taliban angle. I mean, this is a great victory, man. This is a positive for somebody.
Sounds like
Okay, I don't know.
Jeez.
Hey guys, welcome. Hey Watchman, welcome. If you guys can hear this, please make a separate tweet with the link to the show if you can.
I already did.
Yes, please.
Right,
The
not-
tube is fucking
back
us.
up
We'd
channel.
appreciate it.
So wait. But I want to hear more about this Taliban angle, because I'm just curious on your thoughts on
Well,
what just.
yeah, I mean, look, I mean, it's all about adopting a winner strategy. America is a country of winners, and not that we necessarily like them, but we need to bring them on because they are winners. They just
Why
win.
not?
Wieners.
Technically, we did bring them on when we were funding the various different militant cell groups in Syria that are also connected back to Afghanistan and other Al Qaeda and
Well, and
Taliban.
decades ago, when we did fund militant groups in Afghanistan that were fighting the Soviets, that when you have that, I always forget the name of the movie, but the one that was dedicated to the brave soldiers in the Mujahideen, that shit.
Tim,
That was Project Cyclone.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's another name for it. I don't remember what the hell it was called, but it's another name for it. But
It is a fact that the Taliban and Al Qaeda was helped by some American government agency.
well, yeah. I mean, we armed them again, and we armed them in the Cold War with the Russians. Or was it? Was it during the Cold War, or was it after the Cold War?
It was in the 80s, so it was
During.
it was during it.
at the height of the Cold War, it was Operation Cyclone. Yeah, definitely.
Yes, I knew the name. I just wasn't sure of the timeline on when it was. I thought it was either the end of the Cold War or after the Cold War, but I just remember they did it.
It was somewhere like 80, 85, 86, somewhere, I think.
Yeah.
It was Rambo 3 that dedicates their movie to the brave Mujahideen fighters.
Right? They drew first blood.
That's for they're riding, picking up the land scan for sport.
But yeah, we actually helped them, and now they turned against us. Wouldn't be the
No, it
first.
didn't help.
I wonder why. Could it be the invasion of their country for the past, 10 years?
Yep.
20.
Yeah, but
America-
it's different from ISIS in Iraq, right? Because the Americans armed the Baath Party too in Iraq against the communists. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, it is 20, by the way, because technically we've still been over there, so... Yep, 20 years.
So we should
Only
think
like 6 months older than the war in Afghanistan.
We
Yeah,
couldn't
the
sing
Iraq.
Oh,
we
what?
shouldn't sing
Hey, and also, actually in Syria too. Actually, they were part of the Baath Party, but they're now like separated from the Baath Party. They have their own Baath Party in Syria with Assad. But originally his grandfather was also brought to power by the Americans. So.
What am I hearing? Oh, Steve just entered the channel and he has like his sound ass backwards. It's just reverbing everything.
Yeah.
Alright. I mean, Operation Timber Sycamore, that was in the early 2010s when we just flat the fuck out directly funded and trained ISIS and Al-Qaeda and al-Nusra in Syria.
Well, that's one of my most favorite operation names because it's just so fucking random.
Yeah.
I like Operation, I think Mockingbird sounds good.
Yeah, well, the Syria Baath Party, they were part of the Baath Party from like the 1940s to the end of the 1960s, and then they became their own Baath Party. They were like split in 1966. But it's actually like, I think it's his grandfather of the current Assad was put to power by the Americans. I think they kind of like, started hating the Americans early on.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
This political party has 1.5 million members or something. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Glory, I have to work later, so you will hear my morning routine again.
Why the fuck are you telling just me that, Ted?
You're always talking about it in the morning routine. Yeah, now you have it again.
Everybody knows you're a thing.
Is the audio still fucked or is it better now?
We're good.
Totally fucked.
Hey, so Steve, jump in on the Afghanistan thing, baby.
It is nonstop comedy to watch people clown the hell out of all of the stuff that we left there. Like there are now people that are coming up with their own wish lists because if the Taliban can have, MRAPs and helicopters and potentially like $85 billion worth of stuff, then surely a couple of red-blooded Americans could get an M4 or 6. What's fascinating to me though is that Joe Biden, company man, been in the game almost half a century. Did everything that he was told to do, did everything how he was told to do it. He backed the worst possible legislation, cheerled every war, groped all the right children, and when he finally got his turn in the Oval Office, he gets like a year. And not even a year. And they pin a 20-year-long debacle on him to the point to where Camilleri was overheard the other morning going, "They're not gonna pin this shit on me."
Wasn't it Bush back then?
Yeah, but also Joe Biden.
Yeah, well, he was vice president, right?
No, he was vice president under Obama.
Ah, yeah, Obama was he was vice president under Obama. Yeah. What was again?
They both Bush and Obama and Biden. They pretty equally destroyed the Middle East together. I mean,
Joe Biden will take credit for selling, or used to take credit for selling the Iraq War to the Democrats when it was a tough sell. Joe Biden used to brag about how he was the guy who went in there and made the case. The Afghanistan's no different. He was all for that. Well, Joe Biden's never been a war.
Exactly, because it's like,
law.
all right, guys, we gotta go to war. Oh, you're asking why? My special interest. Yeah, they want me to say for us to go to war. So we gotta go to war. This is ridiculous.
I mean, how else are we going to get those good natural resources necessary for electric vehicle batteries?
They were stupid enough to leave all the equipment behind for them to grasp, right?
Yep.
I don't think it's stupidity though. It's on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta remember too that years ago they literally accidentally sent them an airdrop of billions of dollars of fucking weapons and Humvees. Accidentally sent them an airdrop.
Yeah, that's how it happens. Just, some accidental humanitarian aid,
Who hasn't accidentally gifted someone a fleet of tanks?
But
Who among us hasn't just fucked up one day and left a country ostensibly hostile towards us with billions of dollars in military hardware?
Me, I haven't done that, Steve. I don't get drone strikes like those guys and the bad agents. Buddy. Hi guys. I'm gonna try to put together
Hey, Mad Mom.
You are fucking hilarious, Mad Mom.
Oh, I try.
anyway, it's apparently cheaper to leave it all behind than ship it all back,
Well, yeah, that's true to a certain degree, but some of the equipment that Humvees and tanks and fucking helicopters. I mean, the helicopters they should fly back. I mean, that's just laziness. They want to fly a fucking helicopter back. I mean, what the fuck?
No, AK, it's the American way. Okay, that's what you're missing.
I mean, it's the American way to give our enemies.
Military. I got something from fresh out of my state. Hold on, I'll drop it in the chat. Give me a...
But
it actually plays to the.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it plays to the military-industrial complex. They sell more stuff. They win. They make money.
They actually say it in that movie, War of Law. War of Law. No, what was it called again? With the arms deal. That it's cheaper to leave everything behind.
Khashoggi?
It's cheaper to make to leave everything behind and make everything new because it helps the economy. And they sell it again,
Well, that, and, it's job security, because now, we have to go get our weapons back. Oh, we have to destroy them. If we don't destroy them, they might come over here with those weapons. Even though they can't move a fucking tank across. Can't move a fucking tank or fucking anything else across the ocean, very easily. I mean,
Until the Belt Initiative project thing is done, and then they'll be able to probably do whatever they want.
They are probably everywhere already, They have cells everywhere, right?
yeah, but they're not, they just want us out of their fucking country. They're not going to attack us, as far as I know, they're not going to just fucking attack us, if we don't attack them,
Right, and why can't we just let them have their oil that we definitely don't even really need, and just everybody have a nice day, watch for deer.
Well, I mean, it's not just oil, it's also the lithium and the opioids.
But it's not about that. It's about the U.S. doesn't want to make a fucking deal for that shit and allow them to own it and allow them to sell it to us. They just want to steal it. That's what it is. I mean,
because they're the corporation that owns all the corporations, and it's all private bankers.
Well, yeah, that's true, but it's just like it's basically the U.S. doesn't want to pay Afghanistan for the resources. They just want to come in there and steal the whole thing, and then leave, or stay over there and keep on stealing it, like from under their nose, and be like, no, you can't get any of this profit, even though it's in your own land. You know, like the whole thing. It's just fucked up.
Okay, that's the American way. What aren't you getting here?
It's our oil. It's our resources.
Yes.
It's ours.
Oh, fuck yeah.
We're not stealing it. We're borrowing it for an extended period of time.
Without asking.
Future use. Yeah.
Without asking, right? We're just taking it. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ask is already implied in the action of borrowing, Ted, so, you know,
The
you're
ask
number
is
one.
implied by invading the country, right?
The issue is that the other countries didn't read our very long disclaimer, and at the very bottom it says that you forfeit all your resources for free when we invade your country.
Hunter Biden LLC. Call them.
When we invade your country, you forfeit all your resources.
We put our vice president's son in charge of your gas company so that he can milk it for all it's worth. Because it's America. It's all about democracy.
That's a nice fine print, right?
That's how democracy works. I mean, it's just a word. It doesn't have to mean anything.
You know, it's in the fine print of the non-disclosure occupation agreement that we always sign when we go on these, very democratic endeavors.
Right.
It's a freedom mission. Get it right.
But there's nothing humanitarian on it, right?
No, nobody said humanitarian or humanitarian. Oh man, that's just how fucking tired I am.
Humanitarian, it's freedom-loving, it's liberating, it's all of those. All of those.
Right.
It's a freedom mission. In other words, it's a freedom mission. And, if you don't like our freedom, then you can get out of your own country.
Oh my god.
Well, they are
Fuck this
trying.
empire. Oh my god.
They are trying to get out of their country. I mean, they are even climbing on airplanes. Not that that's going to work out fine. I mean, at 10,000 meters above the ground, they will end up as a popsicle.
I just think that you're just preoccupied on chocolate and popsicles. I don't understand what you said.
I mean,
I just think Biden needs a conflict. That's all. Or the military-industrial complex needs a conflict, random conflict, and this is just one they can use. Have an excuse to just build up your army endlessly again. When, Donald Trump, or at least his,
well, it is.
His campaign.
Oh, and while the U.S. is supposedly leaving Afghanistan, we're also sending more troops and special forces to the Congo because, ISIS is back in Africa. So we need to send troops there to fight terrorism in Africa, conveniently around the places that have many of the natural resources necessary for the fourth industrial revolution.
Yeah,
But
the
yeah.
previous government that under Donald Trump, I think it was the first government since Jimmy Carter that didn't start an international war. So this government needs to start wars to make up for it again.
But the military industrial complex is a $1 billion industry, right? So
Yeah.
that's why they.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like they're starting war with Russia and China all at the same time. I mean,
Well, I know somebody who tried that as well, and it didn't work out well. right, Adolf?
What?
I mean,
You talking about going to war with Russia?
I mean, going to war with Russia and going to war with several countries at the same time. That didn't work out for Adolf as well. Not really well, right?
I don't know. Let me ask him. Hold on.
99999.
Oh my god.
I think a real war with Russia and China is never going to happen, but I could be wrong.
Oh, you're
I
wrong.
think we're gonna get a lot of proxies. We're gonna get. I mean, well, we're already in the midst of like a couple proxy wars in Africa specifically, where it's kind of like hanging in the balance between who gets to plunder their resources. But
It's also being fought from cyber warfare and direct energy weapons and weather weapons and whatever fucking else. I mean,
Africa could be freaking rich because they have a lot of resources, right?
yeah. Well, I mean, and like, notice how every single militant in Africa is somehow labeled Al Qaeda and ISIS, despite the vast number of different, militant groups or armies under, one ethnicity or one tribe. Despite all of that, despite the vast number of countries, every African militant is now Al Qaeda or ISIS. So now we have to send troops there to fight them.
And a little
Hey,
note.
don't you think that if China was in a full-scale cyber war against the USA, that like the USA water supply would already be spitting vodka 24/7 now?
And a little side note: most of those African leaders, America put in place, right?
It's kind of
Because the moment you're like, maybe we should nationalize these resources and actually let the population of the country benefit from its own natural resources, nope. Heart attack gun, thank you very much. Let me bring that over here. You know what happened to Lumumba, thank you. Da-da-da. Alright, mysterious heart attack, boom. Hey, new leader, you want to work with the UN? Psh, awesome, man. We have a sustainability agenda right here for you to lay out.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it works.
Disgusting. Oh my god.
That's how it works.
So to comment on what Lovers said, I mean, yeah, it's true, but it's been a tit for tat. It's been kind of like the U.S. does something, China retaliates. China does something, the U.S. retaliates. I
believe the whole war scenario, but I just don't believe in a full-scale war. I think that they're like secretly at war and like stinging at each other a little bit, but like a full-scale war is a different story, right? I mean,
it could turn into a heated conflict it could turn into a heated conflict very easily over Taiwan. That's all I can say on that one. Like it's been escalating for such a long fucking time, dude. It's been like 3 years since I've started even reporting all this shit about fucking the U.S. and China relations and Taiwan and everything. I mean, like, it's been like 2 to 3 years now. Like, it seriously is not a very good issue that's going on right now between the U.S. and China and Taiwan, because Taiwan is seen as an ally to Japan, is seen as an ally to the U.S., and they've openly said, China openly has said that they're going to invade Taiwan. They've openly said that on TV in fucking press releases and shit.
I already predicted that.
That's the plan.
I already predicted that. After Hong Kong, I said Taiwan is next.
Yeah, but we don't seem to realize how much influence these people actually have on us. Like, the Chinese, for example, they built, 90% of all the phone towers? Like, everyone using a phone, they can literally already get into your shit if they want. You just have to put, a rat as an update.
Well,
remotely updated. There are these phone towers, right? These communication
everything you buy in the stores is all made in China, made in China,
Yeah.
made in China.
Well, you see what's going on with the support port blockade, right? That's going on now, right? It's been about 7 days now that the ports in China have been completely closed, and it's causing a shortage in supplies, and it's causing a shortage in wheat is one of the things, and also some material for building.
Well, the Chinese are very protective on their economy. Like, what they do is they don't sell any resources, they only buy. They only sell end products. So they don't sell any resources. You can't buy wood or something there, or stone or something. No, you can only buy end products.
Actually, they are buying all the resources from us. I mean, all the scrap metal is all going to China.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, and there are suppliers in some stuff. There are no other suppliers. Like teak wood, for example, is only growing in the rainforests and in China. Like China is growing these little teak farms, and you can't find it anywhere. So I know that I think I said it before in an episode. Like, there are people who build like wooden boats in our country, and they actually buy doors and tables from China to chop them up to get wood for a boat. So yeah, that's how bad it really is.
Yep.
They have to buy doors and everything from China just to get, because teak wood is very expensive. It's very good wood for building boats. And
not that I'm a pro about hardwoods, because a lot of forests get cut down for it, which is a bad thing.
Yeah, we don't grow it. Only China grows it, right? They grow these plants, plantations. For the rest, it only comes from rainforests and stuff. So
exactly, and we shouldn't cut them down, because they are the lungs of our planet, right?
Yeah, I don't think Dutch companies are allowed to either. So they have to buy from China. Yeah, and you can only buy end products. That's just how China is.
Yep. Yeah, China is actually weird because they are socialistic, right? Which, by the way, socialism is for me the same as communism. But they have an open market, right?
Socialism is just parliamentary communism with the parliament.
Yeah, it's not really communism because it's not really closed. But they have a free market, so they are actually a bit contradicting, right?
Well, we have a communist party in our country. They're super tiny now, the NCPN, but they distanced from the Socialist Party because they didn't acknowledge the Dutch Parliament as the government. So they refuse to take part in the Dutch Parliament. They say like, no, the workers are the boss here. Like, the workers' movement needs to take control by themselves and not acknowledge the Dutch Parliament. But the Socialist Party actually chose to participate in Dutch Parliament in the democratic elections. That's why they broke up with the Communist Party.
Well, a lot of people think about communism, they think about Russia, right? But that's not the true communism as
Stalinism or Leninism.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's not communism as Marx invented it, right?
Yeah. Marx is a materialist who was just critical of the current situation. He said just the lack of having like access to wealth or material just causes people to be very unhappy and start revolutions. That's just pretty much it.
And real communism is like you said, I think last episode, every worker in the factory owns a piece of the factory, right? That's the idea behind it, right?
That is Tito's communism in Yugoslavia.
Exactly, but that's actually the communism as Marx also, I think, invented it, right? How it should be.
It's very easy actually. Like, where is like the true power behind the country? And that is like, you can say like, yeah, it is with the tiny elite because they have all the money, or it is with the people who do actually all the work and get almost no money for it. But they actually do keep your entire country running. They pave the streets, they build the houses, everything. So
exactly.
It just changed the power to like worker movements, and the communism certainly did some good things in Europe too. And that is, they created organizations of workers demanding more workers' rights, right, and access to healthcare and all these things. So there's not all bad.
Yeah, well, at least like fucking public housing, because I mean the homeless crisis here in the U.S. is just awful. I mean, it's literally criminalized in LA to the point where they made it illegal to have encampments on in certain areas of the city, along with just the general harassment that they have to face all the time from the cops.
I mean, from what I saw in Cuba,
No, Corey, that was over a river or something. That wasn't because the homeless people had a shower in that park that they were all living in. That's not the truth.
Echo Park.
but you know, what I saw in Cuba, for example, everything is owned by the state, right? Hotels, houses, streets, everything is owned by the state, and everybody could use it, right?
Oh, they're so kind. Thank you for the privilege, Master.
Statist communism, yeah, that caused like the Stalinism, Maoism, and all these things to be created.
Well, that's taken one out of the Communist Chinese Party's playbook. I mean, that's what they do. They own everything in China.
Statist communism should have never existed in the first place, I feel, but yeah.
Yeah. And it's hyper technocratic
buying up
bullshit.
all property right now, so I mean they own a whole lot of everything.
So the companies in China actually are owned by the state.
Yes.
By the party.
Yeah, but the Chinese they make it very easy.
There is a private business class in China. There are private business owners in China.
Yeah, but the Chinese, if you have like Chinese PR guys, like they just say like, yeah, we're not so different from the USA. It's just that a corporation is on top of everything in the USA, and here on top of everything we have a government. And for the rest, we're.
I mean,
the
the Chinese government is also, an authoritarian government, just like the United States government is an authoritarian government. There are differences between the two. There are differences in the economic systems that they operate under, but the state monopoly on violence, that's consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you have only one party in China, right? That's the CCP.
We have one party in the United States.
Yeah, it's the same here too. You have the perception that there's two parties. Oh, was this maybe we have four with the Green Party and the Libertarian and the fucking 50,000 communist and socialist parties that totally aren't ops? But I mean, in reality, they're all the same at face value.
Yeah, they act like they have like Democrats and Republicans, but behind the screens they are the best friends of each other, right?
I do like Dave Smith's philosophy on the Libertarian Party, which is, realistically, if you had 60 million like libertarian-minded people, you wouldn't really need the politics. You wouldn't really need the party. Like you just gotta have most of the country, relatively handled.
Sounds more like anarchism. I mean, no government.
Right. Yeah. I see you're paying attention.
Yeah.
Excellent. Welcome aboard.
But because I am for anarchism, so that's why.
Well, it's close to anarchism as it gets, right? The libertarianism, I guess.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, yes and no. It really depends.
I'm not trying to get into a discussion about like the 50,000 different forms of anarchism.
Right, or even libertarianism, but there is the more like Ayn Rand objectivist libertarians,
There's
the
libertarian anarchism.
or anarchy,
Well,
or anarchist.
the thing is, they don't call it anarchism because there is a misconception about anarchism. You know, people think anarchism is chaos. Everybody does what they want, right? It's not like that at all.
See, I'd like to coin the term government anarchism because the government.
What?
See where I'm going with this? See, the government.
I'm an anarcho-governist. What?
I don't know. I would just like to coin the term because I mean the government has. It seems like the government has decided that it's going to do whatever the fuck it wants, and that's chaos, right? So, and they're doing whatever they want against us. So, government anarchism, or
essentially, though, if you think about it, every government is in an anarchistic relationship with each other, and unless you're the United States, war is always the last recourse, always the last option. There's always multiple different ways by which conflict is at least attempted to be settled before there's a body count. So
unless you're the government of the United States,
right. I did leave that qualifier. Yes.
Yeah. We got to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's. You know.
Yeah, with the exception of the nation that came up with the Bush doctrine of preemptive war. But by and large, the existing in a state of in a relationship based on that anarchic nature, there's relatively little conflict compared to at least the independent nation state monarchies.
Anyhow,
there's insurrectionary anarchism.
So wait. So what I'm gathering is that the Project for New American Century, that was a bad idea.
Agreed.
That's what I'm gathering.
The understatement of at least the month.
Anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way, that misconception about anarchism being total chaos, because anarchism isn't without rules, but...
only if you're the government.
No, in true anarchism, there is no government. We make the rules, and we all...
The government disagrees with you.
Yeah, because it's not anarchism yet.
No, it's government anarchy. That's what's going on right now. Because the government's not listening to the people, the government's just doing whatever the fuck it wants. Right?
I prefer the term tyrannical cunts.
That is right, though. I mean, it just means no leaders, not like that there is no structures or whatever.
Right. It's not no tyrannical rules, cunts. It's just no rulers.
Yeah.
Exactly. So all we need to do is just decentralize government, and we're good.
Exactly. In an anarchism system, we all are the leaders. We all are making the rules together.
Precisely why we decentralize government. That's exactly why. Because then everybody has a say, and there's a general population consensus. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah. That is what true anarchism is, and not what people think it is, what people are taught that it is, because everybody thinks like it is like free country.
They think it's people in black with Molotov cocktails.
Yeah, like they literally picture someone in all black with like a Molotov cocktail in one hand, shattering like a glass window, and then spray painting like an A with a circle around it. That's what most people think when they hear anarchist.
Damn, is this person like three or four hands? Like, is this like Octopus Man? Like.
I always said Molotov cocktail and spray paint. That's two things, AK.
Yeah. You throw the Molotov, it drops the window, you reach into your backpack, allegedly, and remove the spray paint. That's what it's a process. It's not like there is a mini-limbed hooligan.
Well, any systems change is always chaos, right? I mean, if you go from one system to another system, it's always chaos in the beginning.
Yeah, but
Well, here's the thing, though, man. Chaos favors the establishment. Chaos favors the people who are already in power because it gives, especially if you have a monopoly on violence, because it gives you an excuse to use your monopoly on violence.
Yeah, but
under, you know, an anarchic society, the chaos is minimal because you're communicating. When you have a consensus-based, you know, like quote-unquote governance, you have to communicate more regularly.
Yep.
The opportunity for and the necessity for conflict resolution is what drives, you know, the consensus-based approach to it. You don't enter into a situation like that willingly, looking to solve problems with violence. It's a completely different mindset. I don't know, man. Read Keith McHenry's version of the Anarchist Cookbook. He lays it out wonderfully.
Here's the issue. These are not anarchists. These are anarcho-communists or anarcho-capitalists. They want to have anarchism as a middle thing to actually achieve something else. Like, they want a communist system and they want to, for example, disable the current system and then introduce communism. Or they want a full capitalist system and disable the current system to create that. And people are confused between that and people who want who see actual anarchism as the final answer.
Yeah.
I think.
Like I said several episodes back, you know, take for example that event that is always every year normally going on in the Nevada desert, Burning Man. That is actually a good example.
I thought you were going to say the meeting of Area 51 at first.
No.
Me too.
That's actually a good example of anarchism because, you know, they don't use money. They all do a part in their society, you know, and it's more like a trade system there. You do something for me, I do something for you, right?
Well, no, that's not exactly correct because I know the guy who sets that up, and they're actually all now using crypto.
Well, and that weird. Okay, and you guys mentioned that logo. There's like an A and a thing around it and stuff. Yeah, we didn't decide on that logo, so it already goes against my beliefs personally as an anarchist. I mean, I didn't choose that logo, so whoever leads that movement is actually not acting as an anarchist because they're deciding a logo for us. And second, violence is a way to create dominance over another person. Goes against anarchism for me too.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Wait.
Oh boy. What?
You're saying that the A with a circle around it means violence?
No. I'm saying there's two things I have a problem with. One is that someone creates a logo for us that we didn't choose, and second, people who create violence in whatever way against other people are trying to be dominant over people and not respecting the self-determination of people. Even if they want to be capitalists or whatever, or they want to be communists, they should be allowed to. It's their choice in life, and as an anarchist or whatever, you don't want to be a leader over anyone, so you shouldn't decide for these people and throw Molotov cocktails at them.
Well, I agree. You shouldn't just throw Molotov cocktails at anybody. I mean, that's mean.
Yeah, I mean, something like this it just goes against ideology. I don't get it. That's what I've seen people with Leninist symbols calling themselves anarchists, and they had guns in their hands, right? And I mean, that's the kind of thing like you don't respect the self-determination of anyone with that.
It's ironic actually when the anarchy symbol first popped up. The anarchy symbol first popped up in the 1800s. in Spain, of all places, and then later was used in the Spanish Civil War in 1936.
Let's do what fun.
Yeah, but it's not like there weren't any independent communities before that. There were plenty of independent communities before that.
Yeah.
Wasn't that guy Franco in power back then? In 36.
Well, I mean, the Civil War was essentially a proxy war between the Soviets and the Nazis, but what it also kind of established was like, you know, a mini showcase of the Nazi kind of warfare that would come to be during World War II. But, I mean, yeah, it was when Francisco Franco came to power in Spain.
Yep.
The fascist dictator, and he was backed by, you know, Hitler and them.
Yep.
I was trying to look it up. And I was trying to look up what the circle and the A mean, but I can't find it right now.
And the same in Italy, by the way, Mussolini.
Yeah, well, you just want to create like a different mindset of people thinking that other humans are actually equal to them. That's what I think. Like, maybe it's time that people actually start realizing that every human is equal. It's like you don't need legal structures. You can also
appreciate different culture. Don't teach everybody to be like you. That makes it fucking lame.
Ah, I found it. Okay. So the circle stands for totality, original perfection, and the self-infinite eternity.
Plain ass fucking circle symbolizes all of that, please.
It's a fucking
You
circle.
have to know how to look at it.
Well, that's what a
It's
circle.
not just a circle.
That's what a circle symbolizes. Is that's the symbolization of a circle is any type of circle, not just a circle in anarchy, but any type of circle. That's what it stands for. But I'm trying to find out.
Realistically, though, like how many people outside of us maybe are going to look at, you know, the quote unquote perceived anarchy logo and be like, oh man, I'm just so struck by how profound this circle is and how it represents the totality of the human being and how we all come together in anarchy, and that A is just painted on so perfectly, like
it's just so beautiful.
Mr. Esoteric AK, he's the iconographer for it. He'll find out.
He knows
But
all
yeah.
the symbols.
Most people, when you say anarchy, they think about some Mad Max scenario, right? And that's what's bugging.
No, they literally think of like someone like, you know, the stereotypical media version of like Antifa, where it's like some person in all black with like throwing a Molotov cocktail and breaking some glass, and then spray painting that A with the circle on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in reality, we all know that like the White House doesn't actually control the USA. It's a military-industrial complex. Now, I don't get why people are so scared of removing the White House as a ruling entity entirely, and just say like, now it's just we, the people, are ruling this country. We just vote on ideas, except for instead of on people.
Well, the thing is, they in the White House technically should represent us, but they not. They are not, right?
Definitely don't represent me, but yeah, no, you're right.
They're technically not even supposed to represent Ted and Libby, but I mean,
Yeah, that's what you said.
No, but
Ted.
the White House is just an example because it's with every government. Every government is normally supposed to represent the people, right? But they don't. They just represent the rich 1%.
Yeah, so you can vote on ideas together, like with a form of like direct democracy or whatever, locally, and then have it go up, and then have these people actually function as your employees and just carry out whatever you voted for, instead of like having them be like voted for once and then being able to do whatever they can for like 4 years. Because that's
Exactly.
what's happening now. You vote for them once, and for 4 years they can do whatever the fuck they want. But actually, you can just also vote for ideas, and just anyone can like pitch an idea, and you just do it like whatever on like people do on social media. Actually, you just vote it up or you vote it down, and then when it gets through, you have someone who actually knows what he's doing carry it out. It's like,
Yeah, that is actually what anarchism is.
oh, it's as close as it gets, I think. Yeah.
As close as it gets, but if it's really doable, I don't know.
Well, you still have to start locally, because if you do it centralized, then democracy becomes again like the dictatorship of the majority, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to have like one vote of like 51% always voting the same thing and 49% always being oppressed. That's also fucked up.
Yeah.
Well,
Simple majority.
as long as we as people don't change, any system will fail, right? Because there's always this element of corruption in us.
Well, you can do it locally. Like, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, in general, I think humans are dickheads, but, you know, I think when you give them power, specifically with, you know, something like a federal government, it brings that out even more.
Yep.
Well, how about warlords? Okay, you got militias with guns and warlords. Is that pretty close to anarchy?
No.
Not really.
There's a hierarchical structure in the militia. One, there's no consensus in the militia or warlord structure. Two, three, it's a structure that operates on violence, buy-in with violence. There's nothing about it that is
Violence?
even brushing up against the shores
Violence and
of
oppression,
anarchy.
right? Violence, fear, and oppression.
Yeah. The closest thing that would resemble it really would be like either a monarchy or any sort of totalitarian state.
It could be
It's about the furthest away you can get from anarchy.
Well, like the Netherlands. Netherlands is a monarchy, right? But I always say, you know, he's not my king because I never pledged allegiance to him. Never. I will never do.
Well, technically,
So you're not a citizen?
I can't help that I was born in this country, but he's not my king.
He's your king.
Nope. He can go
he's
fuck
a god
himself.
king.
He can go fuck himself.
How do you said Mark?
How dare you disobey the crown, Ted?
And he's the god king.
And you have all your
Like
charter
God is with us.
permissions. I mean, you know, look at the advantages of being under a royal.
Long live the Republic.
You're about to say rebellion.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even say republic, because technically,
Sorry, guys. Discord crashed for a second there.
what do we have a...
I see him.
Yeah, Discord crashed again for some weird reason.
Always does that.
You know, always.
The fuck?
What the fuck?
It was X-Files theme, but I really did it like off tune because I didn't want to get us banned from it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like I said,
You gotta do it with the little whistle.
No, because if I do it with the whistle, then it's gonna be. Don't you do it? Don't you fucking do it? We'll get banned.
To be fair, I think Ted's audio is distorted enough where they won't pick it up.
nope.
Technically,
Anyway,
you can do 30 seconds max of any song.
30 seconds? That's a lot more than I thought. I thought it was like 7.
But you have to say the song is shitty or is great afterwards, and it's also allowed. You know, you're allowed to review stuff these days.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
You're supposed to own it though. So what if you're streaming it and you don't actually own it? You know?
Yeah, but you know all these gamers, they play all these games and they're allowed to like talk shit about the games because reviewing.
Even people on YouTube reviewing movies, reviewing music, and
There's like your reaction channels.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a fucking reaction channel for watching movies. I think that shit would get taken down.
They exist. They exist.
They do.
Exist.
Not watching a whole fucking movie.
Not like the whole thing, but like
Music,
they'll
yeah.
but there's like, videos where people react to movies and they just like cut out chunks of it.
You know, there's actually reaction videos reacting to those reactions.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Out of the box fucking thinking there. Now that's how you decide to make your money.
Yeah, we should do anonymous reacts.
and soon you have people who react to people who react to people who react.
Exactly.
Yeah, where does it end? The sky is the limit, right?
No, see, where Glory made her mistake is that we should make a channel, Anarchist Reacts.
Yeah! Hey, it's not a bad idea.
Anarchist Reacts to XYZ.
To everything by throwing a Molotov at it.
I spray painting an A on it with a circle around it.
The circle of totality.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't find out what the fuck the A means. I don't remember. I used to know, but
Anarchism?
No, it's not. No.
Could be.
I think it's authority. It has something to do with authority, but you know, it would explain the whole slash in between too. You know.
Yeah, that's usually like a negation symbol. It almost doesn't look right. It's like you're putting a symbol out there and then you're putting a slash through it. That's usually the counter.
Yeah, that's anti, right? That's
Anti-anarchist.
yeah, exactly.
Anarchy comes from the medieval Latin anarchia and from the Greek anarchos, with A plus archos, literally meaning without ruler.
Yeah.
Circle A, anarchist symbol, is a monogram that consists the capital letter A surrounded by the capital letter O.
Alpha.
It's from Wikipedia.
Omega.
I tried looking it up on fucking Wikipedia too and other things, and I couldn't find anything about the fucking symbol.
But yeah, you're right. Alpha and Omega, beginning and end.
Oh.
A Mason, are you?
It's deep.
How did you say how a Mason are you?
What do the numbers mean, Mason?
No, it's the Alpha and the Omega.
How the fuck am I supposed to know?
Because you're an investigative reporter with years of experience.
I thought you were gonna say because you were a Mason, but you know.
Okay,
I
I'll
think
throw
you
that.
actually are a Mason.
If you
No.
are-
I was in the lodge, but no, we never learned anything about anarchy. Sorry.
Well, they don't teach you that in school. Nope.
Was it one of those occult lodges?
It was very religious, very towards like Catholic Christian type stuff.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
Yeah, I couldn't handle it anymore. I had to quit. I liked it just because they were doing like good community service for like homeless and everything, but then I was like, well, you know, doing like these weird ass fucking rebirth ritual thing was weird enough. But now here I am learning about the forgotten
The birds and the bees.
No, the forgotten parables of fucking Jesus Christ, this and that, and I'm like, right, I'm out.
Well, I renamed the religion Rome Catholic, you know. I now call it Rome pedophile.
Oh, I mean, that's
Fair assessment.
no, that's just you know, it's
Hey, don't let 4% of the guys give the whole thing a bad thing.
well, no, I was gonna say it's not just Romans. I mean, you know, you're being a little bit well, it's not race. What would that be?
Religious phobia. Phobic.
You're being Romophobic.
Oh my god.
Well, a lot of high figures in the church are doing that, so that's why.
It's true, but it's not only the fucking Roman Church. It's not only the Roman Church. It's fucking all churches.
Yep.
Yeah, don't forget the New Babylon Empire over here.
Uh-oh.
I don't know anything about them, so I'm an atheist, so I don't give a fuck about any of the religions.
You might not give a fuck about them, but they give a fuck about you.
Well, you can tell them to go F themselves.
You're gonna tell religions and God to go fuck themselves?
Yep.
Well, we know where you're going.
To a place that doesn't exist.
I'm not an atheist, but I'm not religious either. I think atheism is a religion too, so the same.
It is.
Yeah.
A religion of non-religion.
So,
Yeah, but you
That's
have
still a religion.
If you're atheism, you believe there's no God, so you believe something too.
so,
You can't
so
do
wait, Mark, do you believe in the flying spaghetti monster? Is he your Lord and Savior?
No, I don't believe in anything. Honestly.
Pleiadians.
Sorry, but that's ridiculous.
There's some people who literally believe in the flying
The Pastafarians.
Yeah, there really are people who believe in the fucking flying spaghetti monster.
Yeah, they had that weird cooking gear on their head, right?
Yeah.
What?
They are ridiculous. Sorry to say, but they are ridiculous.
Yeah, but they're just trolling.
I mean, there's the Church of Dudism.
You have Discordianism too.
And Luther, you have Luther, you have so many religions, right?
Lutheranism is an actual religion, though.
Yeah.
Luciferism.
Oh, I thought you said Lutheran. I was like,
No,
oh.
you said Lucifer.
Yeah, well, Satanism is a thing too.
Yeah, but it's not called Luciferism.
Yeah,
They say
Lucifer and
that,
Satan are different.
Oh boy, here we go.
Lucifer sounds like a whole lot of Catholic stuff to me again. But, yeah.
Actually,
Careful, if we talk about demons and Lucifer, we're gonna get labeled a fucking violent criminal organization.
Oh yeah.
actually, there is many names for that. Lucifer, Beelzebub,
Antichrist.
What?
Yeah, Antichrist. There's so many names for this fictitious person because
Henry Kissinger.
The light bearer. Who could be against that?
That definitely fits Henry Kissinger.
The fact that guy is actually still alive, that does make you kind of
Oh
scared.
my god.
He must have trained Klaus Schwab.
Maybe like 200 years.
There's like some transhumanist adrenochrome bullshit going into keeping that man alive. Besides pure fumes from the depths of hell or something, I don't know.
He'll die next week of a heart attack. It's fine.
Well, he's
Well, he's
definitely
like
like
Get my hopes up, AK?
Well, Yeah, well.
Maybe he's doing the same as in that South Park episode, sucking on embryos or something.
Oh my god, Ayo 2021, if you want to take out Henry Kissinger for my birthday, that would be fucking dope. Just saying.
You guys think that Kissinger would support like the Agenda 2030 thing?
Yes.
Well, duh. It's like everything.
I don't know. Like I said,
Well,
he seems like a pro-American kind of like guy.
Will he be still alive in 2030?
No. That's a prediction right now. No.
I know, but I think
That new world order, 40 years.
if you're I think like if you're a pro-American guy, it doesn't really fit in the whole Agenda 2030 thing. So.
I mean, if you're hyper pro-American, yeah, but I think that's a facade for most people at the end of the day. Like, they pretend to be patriotic, but in reality, behind the scenes, they're still collaborating with all these other people involved in, like, Agenda 2030 and the Great Reset and the Fourth Industrial Revolution and such, because at the end of the day, they're all trying to pool their resources together.
And they have two of them, right?
I have really good news.
They have Agenda 2000.
Henry Kissinger got a heart attack?
No.
Damn it.
So apparently on May 27th of this year, Henry Kissinger's brother died at 96. So if he's at 96,
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we saw that, and we were like,
aware.
on Kissinger.
Somebody got mad. Has anybody seen the movie Walk Hard?
no, but
Oh my god, it's fucking hilarious. But there's a never mind. I can't even tell. It's the wrong kid died. Okay, when it comes down to dead Kissingers, the wrong kid died. That's all I gotta say.
soon.
2021.
He was
August
fucking born
26th.
in
Make it happen.
August? No, sorry. He was born in May 27th, 1923, and he's now age 98. He's not living to 100. It's not happening.
No, that's why I'm saying if he managed to make it through 2020 and most of 2021, I think August 26th would be the perfect date for Henry Kissinger to just lay himself to rest.
Well,
the best birthday present ever.
if you are religious and you pray hard
It
enough,
must come true too. That's the thing, because I mean, when you lose a family member, it puts strain on your heart even more. And this guy has had what, 5 hearts? Like,
Oh, that was Dick Cheney.
I thought it was Rockefeller. He had like 26 hearts.
no, Kissinger had fucking heart transplants too.
What is it with all these fucking evil motherfuckers getting heart transplants?
Well,
It's always...
Every time they get a new heart, they feel new life flowing through them.
Oh.
can't we just give him another heart operation and put a hand grenade in it?
In 2014, he undergone a heart surgery, so it wasn't a transplant per se. It was just surgery.
Like I said, instead of giving him a new heart, give him a hand grenade.
I'm sure that'll go well, Ted.
I'm sure that's a great idea that YouTube will label us criminal. What was it? Criminal organization. I mean, you're just helping them along to,
I'm sorry, Rico, if you lose this channel.
If you lose the channel, it's fucking Ted's fault for that.
Yeah, blame me. Always blame the Dutch guy.
Yeah, I'll blame the Dutch guy so that way Rico can go over there and kick your ass because he's not that far away.
It's true. He's not. I know where he lives. Not that far away from you.
Well, do you know where I live?
He's gonna cut your ass.
Oh yeah, you do, because you know my address.
Yeah. You said it to me. So I know he's not that far away.
Okay.
He won't kick your ass though. I think he likes you.
I think he'll kick his ass if he gets banned for saying fucking hand grenade shit.
Ah, you said it. No, you said it.
I did not. You
That's
said
not how that works, Ted.
I said something very explicit that I'm not going to repeat.
Well, it's not like he said he was going to pull the pin.
No, I didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
I already
Somebody
got
else's
Rico
job.
banned 2 times on his YouTube, so it's not the first time.
Well, that's even worse because if the third time you get completely banned.
Well, it is my first time then. Not my third time.
So what you're admitting is you'd like to get us banned.
No.
You just said it's not my first time.
Uh-oh. I don't think we will
What?
be banned, though.
Exposed.
Feels like the first time.
I got to pledge the fifth on this.
I do try some stuff with these YouTubes, like try to get in like different law zones and stuff.
The law zones.
Yeah, I think this one, this YouTube is in Algeria, so technically it follows Algerian law and not anything else.
Did you look up anything about Algerian law before you did that?
No, I just got the YouTube from Algeria.
Don't they have YouTube in Iceland?
Yeah, they do, and you can, but you have to like register it from Iceland. So yeah.
I
You
mean,
use the VPS.
Yeah, like an Icelandic VPS, and know someone in Iceland who wants to like whatever verify it or something for you. But this one is verified in Algeria, so whatever, just
yeah, but I don't know if that works because YouTube is still an American company, right? So I'm not sure if that works.
I know Blackwater can do it. We can do
Water.
it.
We're competing with Blackwater now?
I was saying like, if Blackwater can do it, we can do it too. I mean, it's allowed apparently in U.S. law, so you can do this kind of stuff too. Like, there's not a difference between law between us and some American company. Fuck that shit. It's like I can't believe that people are better than us. They make openings in the law, so we should be able to use those too.
Yeah, but when you start shipping arms around and mercs and all that, that's like next level, man. That's a real violent criminal organization.
True. So they keep renaming themselves, I guess. What's that name now? They have some no different name now.
We need a more hardcore name.
Technically, we're called Another Voice now. We're not even called ABB. Another Voice.
Aw.
No, we need like some Dutch resistance fighters, or come on, man. There's got to be an armed
Dutch resistance
fighters.
Well, there were in the Second World War. I mean, a lot of them.
Right, it's called the Dutch Resistance, so yeah, that's not really difficult.
Het Verzet was it called, right? Just the resistance.
Yeah.
It was not really, not even Dutch resistance. It was
Just
called.
the resistance.
Yeah, just the resistance. It was called.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds international. Okay, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Resistance. Resistencia.
Viva la revolution, right?
What?
Whatever.
You were close. It was Viva la Revolución, Ted.
I don't have the time for that.
There were some different Dutch resistance.
That's what she said.
There were some different Dutch resistance groups, but yeah, they're not really in our area. You had like the Steikel group, but yeah, they were like in The Hague. I'm not in The Hague. On the other side of the country.
Hey, Glory. As I always say, right? I don't look. I maybe don't look like Brad Pitt, but I can look like Lassie.
Okay, that's the kind of stuff that does get us banned because there's porn stuff.
I can't believe it's that. Oh my god. Sorry, Rico.
Sorry. I have to get that out.
I can't even get it out until it's like processed. Yeah. I'm serious though. That does get you banned if you talk about anything sex related because we don't have.
No, I just say I lick, but I didn't say where. I can lick your hand.
Yeah, chocolate ice cream.
Okay, but that's still. Yeah.
Chocolate ice creams. We stick to that.
Yeah, I lick
You're
chocolate
sucking on
ice
a
cream.
popsicle instead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bounce, guys. You have a wonderful night. We did before I go though, we did a banner drop over the I-25 for the Assange events that I am in Denver for. We're going to be meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning at Channel 7 News, and gonna go hit up a bunch of the local media outlets and bullhorn them for a bit, rapping at the Denver Post employment division. And then on Saturday we're gonna be at Civic Center Park at the Greek Pavilion at noon. So if you're listening or anywhere in the Denver, Boulder area, Colorado Springs, whatever, please come out and hang out with us and see us. And I'm gonna go hang out with Kendra and Christine. You guys have a good night.
Have fun.
Well, I got to mute myself very soon because I had to take a shower again. I need to go to work, so my morning routine will start.
6:39.
Yep.
Alright, well, if you're muting yourself, are you just gonna listen to us while in the shower? It's a little creepy.
No comment.
No, we get to listen to him too. That's even creepier.
Yeah.
No.
No, that's why I mute myself.
No, he said he was muting himself, but he said he was muting himself and not us, so, it's a little questionable.
Oh, Mad Mom is also taking a shower.
Do we discuss everything like with the Afghanistan stuff? Like, should we talk more about that?
I don't even remember what topics we discussed, honestly. It's been a very...
Afghanistan, anarchism. We haven't talked about Commander X stuff yet. Then I don't know what else.
Like 24/7. There's so much to discuss with that.
Yeah.
Which is exactly why you just don't bring it up, because it'll just be a fucking long-ass rant.
Yeah, it will be, because there's so much disinfo going on social media and stuff. It always pisses me off.
Well, yeah, and they splinter it so much into like different side anarchisms to distract people from what it really is. That's the part of it that annoys me. Like, oh no, actually I'm an anarcho-voluntarist, syndicalist, communist, cap bitch shit, whatever.
That's a lot of isms.
Yeah. Because people always fuck shit up with more isms to try and pigeonhole you into like a singular ideology. Like, nah, fuck that.
Well, I'm an anarchist, power to the people ism.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only thing, right? And like attaching all these weird labels to it again. Yeah. like more Catholicism.
That's why you need to identify as a rogue vigilante like I do, and then you have total freedom to do whatever the hell you want.
Sounds like Batman.
You can really just identify as being apolitical and just realize that all the political parties are corrupt and all of the politicians are criminals.
Yep.
But also that human rights shouldn't be political. That's also a thing. Like, I think people keep forgetting that we have weird politicians deciding about like what kind of human rights you have or something. Like, do you have the right to educate yourself or something, or do you have the right to be treated if you're sick and all these things?
No,
it's so fucked up to me. It's like people get together in like city councils and Congress, and they contemplate like, should we start a war here? So what are we gonna do about sex trafficking and homeless? Oh, who are we gonna evict today from their homes? It's like, why the fuck is that a political thing? That's a human thing. Like.
Nowadays, with all the censorship, we have only one right: to shut the fuck up. Right?
Facts.
Yeah. I mean, we are getting censored left and right and everywhere, right?
Keep your fucking mouth shut, even if it is morally or ethically wrong. Keep your mouth fucking shut. That's what they want you to do.
Yep.
But we won't.
Nope. We won't. I have a voice and I will use it.
Yep.
I know you have a voice because I heard it in that video. With the bullhorn. Oh my god.
That's not a bullhorn.
That was more like a foghorn.
I don't know what type of fucking horn that was, but I was bored, so I made the sound.
The on the ships, the foghorn. When there's fog, they do that horn so other ships know that they are near.
Yes, they don't sail into each other. Yes.
Yep. So that's basically glory.
I imagine now they have radar systems that are very advanced in the ships, but they still do the foghorns anyway.
I would. Like, if I knew there was a ship in the vicinity, like, instead of waiting for the signals to go through, I would just, like, run up to them and be like, "Hey, yo! We're 200 meters to your right, fam!"
Oh, you don't even need a bullhorn for that.
Nope.
I mean, they hear you from miles away.
I don't know how many sailors are in here, but it's not. There's a reason for that, right? Because it's very difficult to. You have to. You can't just navigate on a radar or whatever. Like, you have to see it in front of you too. Like, super hard.
Plus, I'm not sure if fog disturbs radar systems. You know.
To a certain degree, but I mean, I still think that nowadays the radars are too advanced that there's really no point in doing the foghorn. But they still do it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd do it.
Well, lighthouses are also still used. I mean.
I've just installed 180 plus. Visual recognition.
Yeah, the only thing they don't use anymore is Morse code. That's an obsolete.
Use cannons, Ted.
You can still use Morse code.
That's the only thing. It's not the only thing. They don't use cannons.
Morse code's not gone. I can still do over 60 words a minute in Morse code.
Yeah, you can still use it too if you're in trouble, like on sea and whatever. You can still use Morse code.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is
mostly radio ham operators.
Yeah, ham operators do use it, but I mean, in with ships, they don't use it anymore. Because now
no shit. Yeah, ships are all geolocated now. I mean, they know. They know. They know when you dump your trash off a boat.
Yep. But like I said, in shipping, it's an obsolete technology. But yeah, I know that ham operators still use it. I have ham radio here as well, so I listen to it quite often.
Okay, what band do you listen on? I mean, I'm on 40 meters. If I'm on 40, 20, 40, and 60 meters a lot.
Yeah, me too. Mostly 20. 20 is most active here.
Right. Yeah. Well, you see, 20 is kind of civil. You know, you get up into 60. You know, that's like, I don't know. That's like it's hard for me to describe. It's crazy, man. That place is like Facebook gone wild.
Oh well, maybe we spoke with each other before. Who knows?
Hey, but also officially there is no longer really being used, but the Navy does still train specialists to in Morse code. The U.S. Navy. I'm pretty sure Dutch Navy and other NATO navies do the same thing. They still train intelligence people into Morse code.
Yeah, but now it's not. They're not tapping a key anymore. They're typing on a keyboard, which transpons it. It's not. You're sitting there tapping it now.
It's all computer generated now, not with a Morse key anymore, like they used to do.
Yeah, that's probably true. But they are still trained in it, though. They understand it still. So.
And a lot of ham operators also use RTTY and other systems, right? Like computer systems to communicate with each other.
There are still ways to use it, though. Like you can use your lights on your boat or whatever if you have a problem. You can generate Morse code using the lights on your ship, for example, if you're in.
Of course.
Well, like Ted said, this is the different thing he just hit on, and that's RTTY. Okay, that's how a lot of this information is getting out of Cuba and to Florida right now.
Yep. And of course, the advantage with RTTY is it's all tones, and they carry quite far, right? These high-pitched tones.
Cuba is only like 95 miles away, but yeah, I mean, getting up in a couple hundred miles, and actually they encrypt it also, and it's kind of funny because people wouldn't think that you're doing RTTY and it's encrypted, but there are programs now. The computers are so wide that people send you a code that will decrypt what's being sent to you.
Mm-hmm. That's the advantage of technology, right?
I guess so. It's working because I've been getting a lot. I wish I don't know. Maybe I'll get with Mark and send him some of this stuff. But I've got hundreds of pages of stuff that's printed out. From Cuba that's going on that is just it. I mean, it's kind of mind-boggling that, this exists in the 21st century, even in the 20th century.
Okay. But anyway, I will DM you my call, the call that I use on ham radio. Maybe we will hear each other on the frequency somewhere. I'm not gonna say it here in the broadcast, of course, but yeah, I use a call that is not official, but they don't know.
Well, mine, I'll tell you mine. You send me yours, I'll tell you mine. Mine's very official. I'm an extra class. My dad was an extra class. I think I got my first license. I got my novice in 1973. If that's want to tell you how old I am.
Damn. I wasn't even born yet. I'm from 77, so I wasn't even born yet.
No, it's all good. It's just crazy how things revert. When we went back, Mark remembers it very well, and there's Alamo remembers it very well, and AK remembers it very well. Like in Egypt when all that stuff started, the Arab Spring, it was all being done by ham operators. It was there wasn't really landlines out that you could put data through because they had ways to shut it off.
Yeah, Mubarak cut the internet, right? I remember that. I was kind of involved in it as well, so yeah, I remember the details. and of course, X was involved.
Well, yeah, I know that. I mean, X was actually, I think he was here, like 40 miles from me. I think we were doing a big food not bombs thing in the city of Orlando. And what it was we were at this little park that's got a lake, with a little fountain in it. And me and him were talking about all this stuff, and he was trying to tell me what all he was going to do. And, I was just like, why, I mean, if you're going to go after them, why DDoS them? Let's just grab their shit and run.
Yep. But I need to go get a shower because I'm already late.
You definitely sound like you're already in the shower. There's echoes.
Well, I'm in the room, but not in the shower itself. Anyway, I sent you the call that I use on ham radio. So maybe one time when the conditions are right, we will hear each other and talk with each other.
I'm sure you heard me several times. I'm going to give you my call sign, but please never ever repeat it because but you'll know exactly who I am when I tell you this. I mean, it's very easy to look up. You can go to QRT. You can go wherever.
Oh, wait, we're live.
No, this isn't live. This is in behind the scenes text. I'm not that much of a fool.
Well, no, I'm just saying that we are live. At least I think we are.
Yeah.
Are we live, Lovey? Are we not live, Lovey? It would be funny.
No, but
I was going to say, it would be funny if all of a sudden, after you dropped, you didn't check, and then, we've just been here talking for an hour, and, we're not live anymore.
No, we are telling each other in DM our calls, so we don't do it on the show here. Would be easy to trace us then, right?
It'll be easy to trace if you use DMs to fucking do it too. Oh.
If they want to find you, they will find you. Anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you think they don't already know who the hell you are anyway? You gotta be crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they just need to type something in the computer, a number, and they know everything about you.
I disagree with that part though, but
yeah, I heavily disagree with that part.
Yeah.
Well, I don't disagree
10 times
because,
over, I can tell you that.
Well, I don't really disagree because even my burner phone, that I had when back, I'm not going to go with that. But anyway, it was part involved with Mark that all of a sudden somebody told me I had to have 2FA to, be on Discord with everybody. And so I gave him a burner number. And, yeah, I know that's not the most secure thing in the world, but, hey, no, I don't care anymore. these people, they want to come after me. I'm going to tell them exactly what I think. Half my friends are already locked up. and who cares?
Someone sleeping?
No, AK is sitting here probably looking at the same thing I am. He's making, I don't know, I've made a lot of money today.
Oh no, I just heard like breathing.
Yeah, AK had his mic keyed, but like I said, he's probably sitting there looking at all his folders and everything, and all the cryptos are up. My worst crypto is at 8.13% for today, and my best one's at 17.9% for today, and it just keeps rolling up. So he's probably sitting there. I don't know. He probably buy him a limo. He's rich.
I was buying some Z's.
Everything is up. Like Dogecoin is also like up huge again.
Yeah, that's a scam.
Yeah, but I was right. I don't know anything about it. AK knows a million times more than I do about cryptos or anything else, but I have studied them for a long, long time. And it was the same thing that I said, last week or the week before. Ether's going to go through the roof. Cardano is the best buy on the market for me. I'm watching them just go. It's just like they just keep rising. And it's like, okay, cash out when you got to cash out. But I'm not in it for the short haul.
Yeah, it's a good question when the market is going to top out.
Yeah, the thing is, these people that want to get like, they're not the smartest in the world. Like Dogecoin. Okay, yeah, people made a bunch of money off Dogecoin, but it's leveled out. And now they've got this thing everybody's trying to pimp called Hex, saying, well, Hex is going to go up 7,000%. I'm not trying to.
It did. Hex already went up to 7,000%. It's up about 32,000% for the last year.
Yeah, but that was a year ago when people, but they're just been talking about it in the last few months. Like, go buy Hex. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for some. My banks here are paying me interest of like 1.6%. And here I'm sitting here looking at stuff. I'm making 18%, whatever a day, and I can cash it out whenever I want.
Exactly. Crypto.
About crypto, yeah.
Crypto makes banks just completely useless. Not only banks, but also Wall Street. Stocks. I mean, how much money people make on crypto compared to stocks? I mean, it makes the stock traders want to quit.
It should. My girlfriend got into it. She thought she was going to be ingenious. I gave her a couple grand. I know she's out there listening now, and I think all of y'all know who she is. But anyway, she went and bought that AMC stock, thinking that it was going to go through the roof, and paid like $50 or something a share for this stuff. And there's a whole legion of these people out there. I mean, there's thousands of them that think AMC stock is going to go through the roof. And these are movie theaters. Who the hell goes to a movie theater anymore? What I mean?
So AMC is now expanded. They're not only doing movie theaters now. They're doing streaming as well. So they're involved in like streaming movies as well. I think it's through Netflix. I think.
But all these streaming services, that's that's the other thing I've been trying to tell people for the last year is every other week, you got Discovery Plus, you got this, that Plus, whatever coming out, streaming systems. And in the next year, they're all going to be owned by like Disney, which owns ABC, or you're going to have Sony, you're going to have, a few companies own all these people. So the time to make money on it, it's already gone. I mean, that's not a good investment.
Well, I mean, you'll make money on the acquisition of the company if it goes to Disney or something like that. But I mean, Disney already has their own streaming service, so I don't know why they would acquisition another company for streaming.
Yeah, even Star Wars is owned by Disney now. So we can expect a new Disney movie with Darth Mickey Mouse or something.
Mickey Mouse?
Darth Mickey Mouse.
We're already doing that with the Baby Yoda thing.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, it all is crazy because every time I turn the TV on now, it's somebody else owns a streaming service, and it's like for $5 a month you can have these 50 channels, and then somebody else comes on there, and it's like every third commercial.
Or we will have Obi-Wan Goofy or something like that.
No, but Disney's already doing it with the Mandalorian, with Baby Yoda and stuff. You have to imagine that Star Wars was originally a series where they cut off each other's hands and stuff, and now it is Baby Yoda doing cute stuff.
Well, it's whatever they can sell, like the Baby Yoda plushies, or you know what, or R2-D2 figurines, or BB-8 figures, and whatever else they can sell.
Yeah, because that's how they make the money, with merchandising, right?
Yeah.
No, I agree on all that. But what it is that when this invented COVID come up, because I've been sick for the last 2 weeks. My girlfriend's been sick. The kids next door were sick, and they all tested positive for COVID. Okay.
Right.
And
because
Good.
there's no such thing as a common flu anymore, right?
No, my doctor actually called me yesterday because I took the test on Friday, and he actually told me that I've got H1N1 flu.
Okay. That's a common flu, right?
Very common flu, but he told me I was COVID negative when I've got 15 people around me that are COVID positive.
Right.
Well, that's
Hey, guys.
interesting.
People on Hive are listening now and saying it's about that they're interested in the crypto stuff. So I don't know. Do I have anything more to say about crypto?
Oh,
the
snore.
Well, if you want my advice, which AK, like I said, AK knows 1,000 times more than me. I'm gonna tell you, Polygon, you're gonna make a lot of money.
Yeah, I was fixing the cat already to jump in.
The cat is over here sleeping.
Oh, but no. Once you know, and you know what Polygon is. AK knows. Polygon's going up. Cardano is probably the best investment you'll ever make, because you watch it. Ethereum is it's went up almost double in the last 4 weeks, but it will hit over 5,000 by Christmas.
Well, in some countries, Ethereum is more popular than Bitcoin. I mean, there's larger percentage of people using it.
We're going through, or soon. Well, we will very soon go through a supply shock on Ethereum, and
a little anonymous inside joke. It's over 9,000.
It's not an anonymous inside joke. Everybody knows where that reference is from, Ted.
Yeah, that's not an inside joke at all.
That was when Oprah got raided.
There is a couple jokes because X. I don't know if you remember when he did this, but he started his own crypto called Xcoin. That was like Barrett Brown dropping them 10 million dildos over in the metaverse. I mean, it didn't last long.
Well, if he would call it triple X coin, I think a lot of people will invest in it.
I think so too, actually.
Yeah.
80% of the internet is porn, so yeah.
Yeah, he's not wrong there.
But the thing is, there's nothing backing it up. When you I think AK needs to explain this all to you because I did my research. I know what's behind everything I'm invested in, and I know where they're going. Yeah, when Bitcoin come out, yeah, if you had a bunch of Bitcoin, you're rich if you held on to it. But everything right now is Ethereum based. I don't care what you're messing with, how you're doing it. They're trying to do it, Ethereum 2.0, 3.0, whatever. And when they forked on August 4th, it just started going up. I mean, smart contracts is the only way to go.
Yeah, but you do want your coin to be part of the real economy. Like I wrote this huge article like 2 days ago about this, and there are now 25,000 Bitcoin ATMs in the world. 25,000.
We are in the beginning stages of this. Like it's still early. Like you can still get in very early to a new industry.
It is.
It's not going away. It's not going to go away.
Because it's going to be Satoshis. It's going to be Satoshis, not Bitcoins, right?
Well, eventually, people won't be able to buy full Bitcoins. We're getting to that point now. Most people can't afford to throw out $44,000 to get one full Bitcoin.
47.
Well, oh yeah, we're up now today, right? But yeah, so I mean, well, most people can't afford to shell that out to buy a full Bitcoin, and on top of that, we're going to be going through a supply shock, and the people who are going to own the Bitcoins are actually going to be the rich again, so they'll be selling to the poor. As far as like Bitcoin and everything goes, I mean, I don't really see Bitcoin being a long-term payment for anything besides maybe mortgage. Because if you're paying for your mortgage on your house, maybe you might want to pay with Bitcoin. But if you're paying,
I don't think Bitcoin is going to get there. I think Bitcoin paved the way. They really did. I'm not ever going to take anything away from that.
But isn't Bitcoin also controlled by the big hedge funds?
Not really. But what I'm saying is, when Bitcoin came out, Bitcoin was something experimental. A lot of people bought and sold it. I did. I lost I never made any money on it. But when Ethereum come on the platform, Ethereum changed the whole world.
Shit.
They changed it all. When they started coming out with smart contracts, that's the end of it. Bitcoin is something that people will hold on to, but anything you look at, it's got to be Ethereum based, and there's got to be a little hint there to what they're doing with it. How they're modding it and how they're affecting the different parts of the trade.
Smart contracts go back to the 1990s, and people don't realize it. But
I don't even realize that. But I'm saying, the way they've got them now, it's like down here we've got a policeman down here. He's a sheriff, actually. I'll actually say his name. His name's Grady Judd. This guy, they want him to run for president. This guy is like a no frills, no BS kind of guy. He suited up his whole SWAT team, like 70 people with guns and everything else, to raid this storage unit that was the biggest marijuana grow operation supposedly in Florida. When they busted in the building, the only thing they found was a bunch of damn GPUs on the wall because they were mining.
That's pretty funny. So they thought the power consumption coming from there was a growing center, right? But it was just a mining. Wow, that's great.
It is. They found there were like 400 GPUs in there, mounted against the walls. And it was just, when I found that out, I laughed so hard that I was just like, you got these guys going in there with AK-47, AR-15s or whatever, but they're all dressed in riot gear and everything else, expecting to bust a bunch of drug dealers and growers, and it's nothing but a wall of GPUs.
They were technically illegally mining from inside a storage center. I don't think you can do that.
Oh, they were stealing power.
Right.
And that's why they thought it was a grow center, is because the people tapped into the power illegally, and it was just. But it's so funny because they've got videos of this now and body cam footage, and I was like, man, you really got they really don't know what's going on, but like AK, on the 4th of November or on the 4th of October. Ethereum's changing over now to where you really can't mine it. It's more, point of stake, instead of ownership. It's mostly you're going to have to be tipped to get the money. It's not a giant business. China started that.
Well, I don't know if it's happening this year. The merge contract is happening this year. If it's happening it's slated for happening in early January 2022. So if it happens before the end of the year, I'll be shocked. And I really don't see it happening in October. But when it does happen, that's going to be the big event. It's going to be a triple halvening event where the rewards go from 12,800 Ethereum a day to 1,280 Ethereum a day until they merge the networks into the final POS merge. So it's going to dwindle down, and that's it. That'll be it for the proof of work rewards. And once that happens, then you can only get Ethereum by buying it on the market. You can't mine it anymore, right? It'll have more value. And leading up to that, we're burning Ethereum every single day for gas fee transactions now. So, those two events are going to send Ethereum higher in price alone. And there's other factors as well. Kind of everything that's happening with Ethereum, Ethereum's becoming essentially ultrasound money. And we haven't had that in history yet. So it'll be very interesting to see how Ethereum continues, because it should just keep on going up, theoretically, because you're constantly burning millions of dollars a day of Ethereum. And if you're burning millions of dollars a day of Ethereum, the price itself should start to increase because you're decreasing the supply, right? So that's one thing, is decreasing the supply, and then the other thing is decreasing the decreasing the total supply, and then the other thing is decreasing the circulating supply with the reward cut from 12,800 Ethereum to 1,280 Ethereum a day. So when that happens, we should see significant price action, in my opinion, because there's so many factors there in tokenomics that it just screams that it's going to go up in value.
I mean, you're 100% right, because I've spent, like I said, 100 times more than me about this, but I've spent so much time researching all this that it's like right now, I bought Ethereum this last time at like $1,540 or something, and people told me I was crazy. Right? What is it? I'll tell you exactly what it is right now. It's well over $3,000. I mean, Ethereum's up. Yeah, Ethereum's sitting at $3,217.25 at this second. So I don't think I made a bad investment buying it at $1,500, even though I missed the bus and should have bought it years ago. But they say it will double in price. By Christmas, it'll be worth more than $5,000. They say by the end of July next year, it's going to be worth $25,000.
Could happen faster with the merge contract. That's all I got to say on that. Because all of a sudden the sell pressure is taken away. That minor sell pressure of about them getting at least 12,800 a day, right? Now all of a sudden turns into them only getting 1,280 a day. So if they're going to sell anything, right, they're going to sell it out of that 1,280 day rewards. And that's all they have. They don't have any more than just the 1,280 Ethereum a day that gets mined, right? So it's going to cut from 12,800 down to 1,280, and that's 90%. That's a 90% cut, right?
Do me a favor. You're speaking what most people don't understand. That they did, and what happened on August 4th is, it was like it happened, 4 years ago when you've got Ethereum Classic. Okay, well, I've got some of that too. That's junk. It's $50 a share. Yeah, it costs a lot, for most people. But what Ethereum just did is a hard fork. And that's what most people don't understand, what a hard fork is.
Well, no, it wasn't the hard fork event yet. The hard fork event is coming up. It was just a EIP proposal that was integrated.
Well, explain people what an actual.
And the EIP proposal that was integrated was the 1559 proposal, which is just for burning gas fees.
Explain people what an actual hard fork is then.
It's okay. So a hard fork is basically when you take code and you change the code. You basically fork the code into another contract in this case, but there's
it doubles the amount of what was actually available to begin with. So.
Not always, unless there's a split. If there's a split, yes. If there's no split, no. So if there's a split in the hard fork, and there's trouble reaching consensus on the network, then the chain will split, and it will create two different coins, and then you get both coins for holding the original coin, if that makes sense. And again,
maybe if you airdrop.
I mean, again, we're dealing with computer code and protocols, and that's kind of what Congress misses when they try to say they're going to ban crypto and all this, or not ban crypto. They were saying they were going to tax crypto and tax certain people, and then they backed out on it. I think, honestly, it was just a test to see how much they could get out of the cryptocurrency industry. I think that they knew that they weren't going to get as much as they wanted, right? But what they did is they put everything on the table at first to see how the community is going to respond and react, but also to see how the rest of Congress is going to react to it as well, because then they can be able to strategize and know what they can get away with and what they can't get away with, and they kind of just push these laws as much as they can take them without blowback from the people. So I think what they were doing recently was kind of a test of how well connected the crypto community is and how people are going to respond to trying to essentially double taxation and double tax them, because we're already taxed in crypto enough, right? To add any more tax is just insane. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy for them to think that they can just.
No, I agree with you 1,000%. But what it is that a lot of the people here, a lot of people that listen to our show and everything else, I mean, they play with a little bit of crypto. It's hard, because you got Deutsche Bank, you've got every other, China, everybody else trying to involve, crypto, but they want to take it over. They want to actually assimilate it into one. And right now I'm looking at, mine says there's 11,331 cryptos available on 395 exchanges worth a little over $2 trillion. And the volume in the last 24 hours has been $116 billion. I mean, the government's going to get their fingers in it. I mean, it doesn't matter what money it is. They're going to get their fingers in there.
Exactly. They want their cut, right? But what they were doing is they were just trying to see how much they could actually get first, and then they come back with a counter proposal and give an actual real proposal as compared to, oh, we're going to tax everything in crypto, and you can't do anything about it. No. Well, I mean, for one, you can't tax validator nodes and miners. It doesn't make sense. They don't have that information to give. So, it doesn't make sense, but...
Well, I've also been told, and this is by a very valid source, I'm not going to try to say which direction or which alphabet place or anything else, but actually they're trying to tell me now that governments, just individual governments around the world right now, own over 5,000 of the cryptos.
Yeah, well, governments definitely do own various different cryptocurrencies. I mean, people will be shocked when it actually comes out more, but...
don't know. We need to do something. You know, I mean, I love playing with cryptos. You know, I love sitting here watching. You know, I make money. I'll sit here, make, I don't know, like $13,768.72 since we started discussing this. But that's just change compared to what is going on. I mean, there's just so much money, but people don't realize that 99% of these cryptos are based on nothing. There's nothing to back them up.
It's very true.
You know, it's like you go buy Hex. Okay, what is Hex going to do for you? You know, it's just like, and that was supposed to be what she knew. Ibu was the Dogecoin killer. You know, I mean, you watch these people throwing all this money into this, and I'm just like, you know, where's it all going? You know, I mean, man, there's a bunch of fat people sitting on some fat island somewhere and enjoying some fat food.
a lot of it, honestly, a lot of it is money laundering, and it really is. With these meme coins, a lot of it is money laundering. With the NFT stuff, a lot of it is money laundering as well. I heard that a lot of the big NFT auctions are used as ways for money laundering. It's just futuristic money laundering with art. I mean, they already do it with physical art, right? Why wouldn't they do it with digital art? It's easier to do. So
they're trying to do it with show.
What was there, Glory?
No, someone actually once bought an invisible painting too.
Well, that's the thing. I mean,
yeah.
But NFTs are great because it does give away for ownership, right? And there's other types of things that you can do with an NFT besides physical digital artwork, right? There's other things that an NFT can be utilized for. So NFTs are great, but they are being abused and used for money laundering. It's not an argument.
Well, I've been told, you know, by the same people that I was talking about before, that it's like the cartels in Colombia, which are the biggest in the world. It doesn't matter. Mexico's a joke. Everybody else is a joke. I mean, they might be used as, you know, middlemen or whatever else, but these people are actually creating, you know, cryptos to launder money, like you said, back and forth. But what they're doing is they're doing it with China, and the Chinese are actually controlling the cash because the cash comes into the U.S. through it, that goes back to China, and then the cryptos are turned back into Chinese yuan or whatever. That one guy got caught with $375 million in his house. Cash. I mean, that's nuts. When you start thinking about when people start cashing out, and you got, what are you going to do with $375 million? You need a forklift, first of all. But, I mean, what are you going to do with it?
Well, that's like... Go ahead.
You need to get a Swiss bank account.
Well, you don't need a Swiss bank account anymore.
Yeah, the United States already made it to Swiss bank accounts open up their rosters so they can track people.
Diversify.
I don't know. I guess you're going to need a giant backhoe, and we're going to have to go out there somewhere around Alamo's place, maybe a little west of there. We have to dig a big old hole and bury the stuff. I mean, that's what these people are going to have to do, because the money is crazy. It's like it's stuff that we would never understand. I mean, when I was young, you knew the millionaires. They lived in great sections of town and all that stuff. I mean, they were like, they drove everything. Then all of a sudden it comes out to billionaires. And then all of a sudden it come out to trillionaires. The only thing I ever ask anybody is, do not tell the United States government what comes after trillions.
We actually had a discussion on Twitter too. There are actually trillionaire families already. The thing. Yeah, that royal family I showed you, AK. That family owns 1.4 trillion. This is not a public record, but I mean there's plenty of families, perhaps behind the scenes, that own a lot more. But this is just public. Thing is, we always think that it is about like one person owning everything, but the smartest ones actually divide it among their friends and family. Some own a lot more than we think.
Oh, that's the same thing, Mark. Is that they talk about people. The Rothschilds are they've got the most money. They've got 2,300 people involved in their family, but they really got a whole lot of money. Then you come here and you talk about, well, Amazon. Jeff Bezos is the richest person in the world. Okay? Jeff Bezos could not kiss half of the Waltons' asses. The Waltons that own the Walmarts got 3 times as much money as he does.
Yeah, they are rich. The Walton family is richer. That's all what's on paper, right? But I mean, like, we don't even know what they have stocked behind the scenes, like in gold and all these things. Like, yeah, we don't even know that. And like the smart ones always make a loss on paper too. So yeah,
they're not really. It's not that they're making a loss on paper or whatever. This goes back hundreds of years. When Jackson took everybody off when the Bank of America was actually the Bank of America. I mean, they controlled the funds. And there's just so much money flowing back and forth. We'll never see it. We don't even imagine it exists. Because, it's like people telling me now, they're like, well, Joe Biden, is going to put out $6 trillion to fix our country, but nobody's going to be printing any of this money. All they're going to do is add a couple zeros onto a damn hard drive.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, but I mean, like the smart traders, like on paper, you don't keep your actual money on paper. You don't list it as like a yearly profit or whatever. I mean, you might. Okay, so my one of my grandpas, he was in trade, right? And he made a lot of money with it. He made a couple millions with it, right? And he on paper always made $0. He always made a loss. So the tax guy would come over and he'd say like, sorry, I made a loss again this year. But at some point when he got really old, my parents and their my mom's sisters and stuff, they found he had like a huge amount of money buried in his backyard in a container, like in a chemical box to like
freaking drug lord style.
He just kept it. He didn't trust the banks and everything. Like he was from a different time. He went.
I wouldn't either.
He lived through World War II, right? When they confiscated all the money and all these things. Like they took everything from everyone, so he didn't trust anything. He would keep it like in an old sock, right? But actually, he just buried it in the backyard. So yeah, but on paper he always made $0. But we all knew he made good money.
Isn't there a name for that? Tax fraud?
Yeah.
Yeah,
About paying taxes,
hey,
though.
but when you get to a certain level, tax fraud is legal.
Yeah, I know he. Okay, I can explain all these things.
Only
He
the
actually-
poor can fund our wars.
No, because on paper he never did anything illegal, right? This is illegal what he did, because he was smart with it, right? He got real estate, and if you have real estate, you're not actually defrauding the tax. You're putting yourself in debt, and the money you make, you just have to make sure you're paying off this debt with it, right? But in the meantime, you're gaining all these buildings. That's the thing. So if you make a million, if you make 1 second, I have to mute it for a second. Sorry.
I know.
If you make $100,000 a month, and then you just get like a loan or whatever, and you have to pay off $100,000 a month because you bought some like expensive real estate, you make $0 on paper because you have to pay everything to this real estate. But in the end, after 30 years, you do own this real estate, right? So you actually made a lot of money, but on paper you always made $0. But you have
You never own land. That is a fallacy. That's the biggest fallacy in the world, because I don't care what country you're in and whatever, if you do not pay your taxes on that land, they will take it from you. I don't care how much you paid for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, okay, so if you're in an independent business, at least in our country, if you make money, you have to spend it, right? So if you can buy a car and say you need this car for business, you can write it off on your profits, right? So you make on paper, you make losses, but you're gaining these cars and stuff. You can sell that later, and you make cash money. Whenever you like stop with your business, you sell everything. You sell like the cars and stuff, you sell real estate, whatever, and you end up with a lot of big money, right? Well, on paper, you always made $0, or you always made a loss with your business. So yeah, that's the thing. That's what the tax system still allows. And technically, what these families do, like when you said like, yeah, the Rothschild family is one of the richest family, is probably the richest family. I don't know, but I do know they have a lot of family members, and they own different businesses. And when one family member makes more money than, for example, the tax allows, and they have to like pay a lot of taxes, no, they're going to spend that money with their other family member, and they're using this construction, and they have other family members have like businesses registered in countries like Dubai and the tax-free zone where you don't pay anything, and that's just international tricks, monetary tricks.
Yeah.
Starbucks does it too.
I
Stored in the
agree with
Cayman Islands.
yeah.
Yeah, well, Starbucks. If your Starbucks
No,
sells you a coffee,
they busted that too. You can't hide it in the Cayman Islands anymore either, because
yeah, but Dubai doesn't openly.
actually McAfee screwed that up.
I know, but Dubai does it openly. For $6,000, you can open a Dubai bank account in the tax-free zone, and you will never pay any tax.
Yeah, it's blatantly obvious in Dubai.
Yeah, but they're doing that openly. They're not hiding that. They're saying like, yeah, you pay us $6,000, you get a bank account here, you have a company here in the tax-free zone, you will never pay any tax. We ask $0 tax. Just get to here, right? That's what Dubai does, and because they're trying to pull all these people in. They're trying to pull hard cash into their Dubai banks and everything, and that's what they want. But Starbucks does it. If Starbucks sells you a coffee for $1, 25 cents of those goes. That is what they pay themselves for the license fees for the logo to another Starbucks company. So they make they would make 25 cents profit on that little coffee they sell you, but they're losing the profit because they're paying another company also called Starbucks logos or whatever, that 25 cents. So they make 0 cents on paper, in the country where they're registered.
Exactly, because it's a franchise, and what they do is Starbucks. They pay the franchise fee to Starbucks. They lose their money, but if you start going way down the line, you end up finding out Starbucks owns the building that they're in anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. So you have to just make sure you make the costs right, and in international business it's very easy to do that, but it's all legal. It's not because it's not like tax fraud, it's tax evasion, but it's legal tax evasion because it's legal tricks, and as long as the system allows it, it's always going to be done. The system is not
And
set up like that.
see, and that's the biggest thing, and AK will tell you about it. That's the biggest thing in the world that they are afraid of with any kind of cryptos. You know, because like when Bitcoin was developed, it was supposed to be tax free. It was supposed to be, we had world economy that we could all trade free in, do this, do that. But now they grab cryptos by the nuts. I mean, now I'm sitting here, I'm looking at my stuff. I've got I've got 6 monitors sitting here. I'm sitting here looking at some of my stuff right up here, and one of it is, and it says right on it. It's actually, I'll name it. It's actually called Coinbase, which I just use. I don't use it that much, but I do buy a little through them. But they're like, when do you want to file your taxes?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, and if you're that big, I mean, like Apple, Microsoft, and all these companies, they're all registered in our country, right? They don't actually have to. They don't need their headquarters to be here. On paper, their headquarters is here, and all they need is like a mailbox, and well, technically they need a desk and a plant in their office to be legally an office, right? So they actually need to put a plant there. I'm not even.
No, all I really need to do is hire you to live and stay in one office and, print out numbers while I buy the building and have 5 other people in the back room counting money. And then they can't count that because I end up owning the whole block. So by the time they chase down who actually the money came from, they don't know. But the Rothstein right now, they're worth $2.7 billion. That's more than the whole crypto market combined. That's how much money they have.
Trillion, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, trillions. Trillions of dollars. Not billions. Trillions.
Yeah, I was talking about that Arab prince too. He owns like that family owns like 1.4 trillion too. These are like.
But yeah, the Al Saud family, or however you say it.
Yeah, 1.4 trillion. That's on paper, right? But behind the scenes, we don't even know how much they own. We don't know their crypto assets or whatever. We don't know any of that. We don't know how much gold they have stored. We don't know any of it. And it's also like the valuation. If the price of whatever goes up, they own even more. So, yeah. Technically, it's a huge.
It comes down. It comes down to the same thing, Mark. Okay, these people, actually, Saudi Arabia, within the next 4 years, will be dead broke. I mean, nothing. They'll be back in the sand. Now they're digging holes, whatever they do, riding camels. I mean, they actually have no money. And it's true. What it is that every time that we get to this point, they start a war. So that starts the military-industrial complex back up. All of a sudden, the money starts flowing, and the Rothschilds are on both sides, loaning both people money. I mean, it's like, hey, your country's going broke. Okay, here's some money. You 20% interest. We'll take $5 a barrel on that oil. I mean, it's like, every time things start going great and smooth, it goes in a cycle, and you can check it out back to the middle of the 1800s. Every 20 years, not exactly 20, but I'm saying every 20 years, another war started. And it's like, that's where all of a sudden here the money comes. and the Rothschilds are right behind it.
Yeah, and and other investors. Yeah, I mean, Rothschild is a powerful family, definitely. But you have others also directly jumping on it, like these investment firms of like George Soros, for example, own like a 5 billion investment fund, and when he invests like 5 billion himself, that investment fund jumps in like the next day with 500 billion. And then he directly makes a profit because that investment firm jumps on already. And then we always forget the kind of profit he makes because it already goes up. It spikes up when the investment firm jumps on it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Those are also
and the business of freaking refined sugar. I think the Mars family has crazy 100 billions net worth, and because they're the owners of whatchamacallit M&Ms and Twix and Snickers and other big candy bars.
Yeah, but you have the same as with like Bill Gates or Warren Buffett, for example. They own a lot of private wealth, so they jump in with a few billion themselves, right? And then Berkshire Hathaway jumps on with hundreds of billions, and these billionaires already made a profit the second their investment firm jumps on, because it goes up with several percentages. That's the same second they jump on, and their private wealth is already cashed out.
Well, like I said, David Siegel. He's the guy here. He owns all the timeshares. He lives in probably the second biggest house in the whole world. It's 90,000 square feet. You can actually look it up. It's the Queen of Versailles or something. You can watch where he built it at. These people, they've never, they could never fathom how much money 9 billion or what, like you're talking about, or $10 billion actually is. I mean, to them, it's just numbers they're playing around with. But to actually see it stacked up, I think we could build a bridge from the United States to over in Amsterdam. You know, I mean, that's a ton of money. But it's all on paper. And what happened was when they took everybody off the gold standard, which, you know, a lot of people say a lot of different things about who did take, you know, like the world off the gold standard. I'm not going to get involved in that. But, you know, there's nothing backing this money up. I mean, it's like cryptos. I mean, there's nothing there. You know, it's what you believe that you're investing in is what you've got.
Yeah, the fractional banking system is very different. How you can say that? Someone say they started that in 1913 with the Federal Reserve, but yeah, that would be a J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller, etc. They would have started that if that's true. It had to do with the 1912 economic crisis. Yeah.
It kind of started in 1912, but actually we were taking off the gold standard. Well, no, you're right. You're really close. I think it was 1913. Actually, when the gold standard stopped.
Yeah.
But then it kept going to where, you know, I mean, we still had silver coins. I've got a bunch. You know me. I'm a metal hoarder. Yeah, I'm a metal hoarder. I love gold and silver. I love it. Okay, I got a bunch of St. Gaudens. I'll take pictures to show you. But, you know, because I believe in metals, and that's why I never was really, you know, into the cryptos. You know, back when AK was talking about cryptos years ago when we were all talking, you know, I was still preaching, man, you know, I want metals. You know, I mean, if worst comes to worst, hey, I can make bullets out of my metals. You know, I mean, but it's got so crazy now that, you know, people don't, that everything's worthless. It really is. It's what you're willing, you know, the government is actually willing you to have. they're setting the standard on your life standard. I mean, they're pretty well placing you where they want you at, and you'll never go above it or go below it, unless there's another war, and you're part of the industrial complex. You'd start getting involved in that. I mean, but you're only worth what the government allows you to be worth, and that's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I think you're worth more than that, but I see what you're saying.
I was waiting for Alamo to jump on this, because that whole crypto revolution does allow the governments, the big governments, to buy these metals really fucking cheap right now. Gold has been going down.
He's unmuting.
Yeah, but gold's been going down right now, and I think the big countries like China and Russia etc. are actually buying up all the metals right now. The same. There's.
I mean, the price would be going up if you had everybody bidding it up, which I think gold is like artificially suppressed in the markets, especially in futures.
And that is what these countries want to buy it cheap, right? And they have the normies jump on the crypto. They don't want us to.
But like Alamo's talking about, what it is that gold's not the best conductor. Gold's not the most valuable metal in the world. I mean, there's a lot more. You got palladium, platinum, whatever. But what's happening now is that over in Asia, these people, that one kid, one family policy has ended in China. These people want cell phones. They want TVs. Silver's in very short supply. If you're going to put any of your money into metals, it would be silver, because it's like it's not going to be there. I the most I ever paid for gold was $300 an ounce. I quit buying it in 2001, and I'm not saying I've got a whole bunch, but I do have a pile. And silver, I've never paid over. I think the most I paid was like $6 something an ounce. And I watch this stuff go crazy, and it's just the silver's outpacing gold like 3 times if you really watch the market.
Yeah, so I think what Alma says is actually also true, that they're artificially suppressing it, and crypto is a useful tool in that. I think the government actually is, they're obsessed with real raw materials. Like China is like they only buy like raw materials, and like I said, they only deliver end products. And every time there is like a big news that China is buying metals, it goes up wild. Like. Yeah, the weird thing is I invested like a few $100 in the past. This is like years ago. I think in 2008 or something, I invested in like a few $100 in like China. No. African exploration and mining. And it went up triple the value, like in, what was it, in less than weeks. And when I cashed it out, I made a few $100 on that. Because it was only the news that China was buying new shit. That news was enough. And it was also China precision steel I also bought back then.
Right. What is the most valued commodity on Earth right now, Mark?
Oh.
Data?
Probably.
It's water. Well, no, data. You're really close, Glory. I mean that's really close.
Well,
but water is the most valuable thing on the planet, and there's going to be more wars fought over water in the next 50 than anything there ever has. Nobody's ever dreamed of.
Also, information is very valuable.
Mm-hmm. Well, that can kind of go into the whole data thing, but yeah. And there's going to be a lot of fighting over water, definitely. I mean, water scarcity is already a huge issue in a lot of parts of the world, specifically, when you look at the illegal Zionist occupation of Palestine, one of the core issues there revolves around the Zionists cutting off Palestinians from their water supply.
We actually had too much water here.
Glory, I agree with you 1,000% because you're very perceptive on that. Because if we wanted to conquer the whole Middle East, the only thing we would have to do is shut off the fresh water supply that we're sending them on boats and bottled water and everything else. They have nothing. I mean, there's nothing there. What are they going to do? Go to the Dead Sea? I mean, it's like, and then you've got India and China that are in a giant war that they've been fighting for the last 20 years, over China keep damming up rivers, that run through India. And, I mean, there's thousands of people a day dying over this, but they don't cover that on the news because it's like, hey, it's normal stuff. But water is the most valuable, fresh water is the most valuable resource on earth. And what Bill Clinton did is he started, when China brought ships over here bringing cargo, they bring in all this cheap stuff, which we all know we buy. I buy it, you buy it, everybody buys it. They were pulling back these balloons of fresh water that come out of the Great Lakes with 100,000, 200,000 gallons in them. Well, Obama stuck that on steroids, and they were carrying back millions of gallons of water. And what they're doing is they're dumping it in their aquifers. They're not drinking it. They're not doing anything. It's going in their aquifers so they can grow rice and grow food for their people. And yeah, China is very, very water poor. That's what's going to defeat China. Russia.
Because of the Gobi Desert.
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying. If we would never have to fire a shot to conquer the Middle East. All we'd have to do is shut the water off. I mean, I'm talking about Saudi Arabia to everybody else. Just no more export.
Well, yeah, water is life, so.
I think the lesson for the crypto kings is that you have to diversify at some point. You can't have all your eggs in the crypto basket. That always bites you in the ass.
I'm very diversified. I'm in a lot of different things. AK is the king at that, not me. But I'm well diversified. I'm invested in water. I'm invested in different companies that process water. And I just, it's just, there's so many things going on in the world right now, and all these people like Bezos and everybody else got all their fingers in it. They only talk about this, it's like here. Sit here, you can stand in my backyard and watch every rocket goes up at Cape Canaveral. You can sit there and watch them all. And people are out there, they come from thousands of miles away to applaud these people. They don't know that over 400 mining companies have already signed contracts for Mars, the Moon, and half the other planets there are in the solar system. They're not going there to make things life better for you or me. They're going there to mine stuff, to bring it back. They want the mother lode.
Yeah.
I wish I would have gotten
eventually you're gonna run out of resources to plunder from the land and the ocean, so you'll have to look outside of Earth completely.
But we're going to have to learn how to pillage other planets and asteroids and everything to get their stuff.
Yeah, it's the American way.
Well, that's what they're doing, and that's why they got all these rovers going over Mars, taking soil samples and water samples, and we landed on the moon. They bring back all these rocks. That's not to make your life or my life better. I mean, it'll be nothing in our lifetimes we'll ever see.
Glory, let's throw in the Commander X updates.
Yes. Our bro, Commander X, he turned 57 yesterday. Yay! The 18th was his birthday, which was, not yesterday, actually, 2 days ago now for a lot of us on this panel. So yeah, on the 18th it was his birthday. He's got bros in prison taking care of him, which is always good to hear. They celebrated his birthday with him, and then he watched movies and had chocolate cupcakes. That was how his birthday went.
I don't think he's actually eating chocolate cupcakes.
Yeah, he can buy them because y'all loaded his books, so it's really, really, really helpful, and it's making being in jail a lot more bearable for him. But it's also imperative to mention that the actual conditions of the jail itself are not good. Right now he's in what he calls a dog cage or a dog kennel, where they pile 15 to 20 prisoners into one cell, and they have one room that serves as their one tiny closet that serves as their bathroom, as their shower, as the trash room as well. He was saying that that they'll get tons of flies in there because of it, and so really not good not good material conditions within the prison at all. But he's being taken care of in terms of the support he's receiving from the outside via people loading his books, and also the people within his cell looking after him. So we put out a petition to get the Middle District Attorney, the U.S. Attorney from the Middle District of Florida, aka the Orlando District Attorney, to drop the indictment against him that's not in Santa Cruz but in Orlando, for his defense of food not bombs, allegedly, which revolves around alleged DDoS against government sites in Orlando. So we started a petition to drop specifically the Orlando charges, so he wouldn't have to go to Orlando to face trial there, which seems unlikely for now. But just as a preemptive way to drop those charges, we have a petition out there. I don't have mod powers here, but I'll still put it in the chat. And then, what other updates could I think of?
Really, I had to get used to the video. Him without a beard. That was weird.
Yeah, he looks like a young star again.
Oh yeah, it's so interesting seeing him without the beard.
I know him for a long time, and I only know him with beard. It's the only way I know him. And seeing him without a beard in the video, I was like, "What the hell? What?"
Yeah, and it was that way for his hearing back in July too. We all saw him shaving and everything, and it was like, yo, what? October 12th, 9 a.m. October 12th, 9 a.m. is when his next hearing is. There should be more discovery by then, and we should have some like real tangible updates from his lawyer by then during that period. If you are anywhere in California, or you are anywhere near San Jose, or Santa Cruz, or Alameda County, or I don't fucking care where, if you're anywhere near San Jose, outside the district courthouse in San Jose, which is the Robert Peckham Federal Building, will be showing up to, again, same thing we did last time, protest for X, make some noise, and this time we'll actually be doing it during the time that the that the hearing is hearing or trial or whatever, during the time that it's taken place, or that it's scheduled to take place. So, October 12th, 9 a.m.
You make noise for all of us. But as I tweeted, I'm not sure if you saw that tweet. I hope he gets the best late birthday present, and that's his freedom.
Yeah. And him seeing his baby boys again. Because if there's anything that we have to convey from X, it's that he really loves his baby boys. So if you want to show a dog some love, please do.
Oh, I actually donated for that as well. And yeah, you told me.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
cool.
You told me that you told him about the picture of my dog with Free Commander X.
Yeah, I know, because I knew it would make him happy to hear that, someone was posting pictures of their dog in support of him, so he could be like, oh, baby boys!
Well, it's actually baby girl, but it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually my dog. That's Sophie. The Jack Russell Terrier, 14 and a half is she now. Whew, she's old.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think of any other updates that we can give right now.
But he is doing good now, so it's no health issues, nothing with him.
None to my knowledge, and nothing that I would want to reveal on a live stream. So, yeah, I mean, he's doing well right now because of, like I said, his bros in his cell taking care of him, and huge thanks to everyone who sent him money and helped load his books, because it's allowed him to buy a lot of phone time, to make calls, like food and snacks, like the chocolate cupcakes he bought for his birthday, a movie pass, and just like other amenities like Q-tips and stuff that are really making it more bearable for him. It doesn't make the carceral system as a whole any better, and it doesn't make the fact that he's in there any better, but it does help him get through it, and he's been positive. He's in a fighting spirit. So, yeah.
That's good to know. And yeah, of course, also shout out to the people taking care of him in the cell. Shout out to them. Thank you very much for
yes.
Yeah.
Well, the biggest thing is that, and that's what I've got, because he did call me. We talked for a few minutes. I've known him for a long time. I remember the day he got Xander. He was showing him all, like, hey, this is great. So he was living upstairs in the coffee house, and we were doing the metaverse thing, a non-grid, and he appreciates everybody. He really does. He just and it's not the amount you send. It's not what he gets or anything else. It's just that he knows that there's moral support still behind him, that people actually do care, and
Oh, I do.
I don't think that'll change.
Like I said, I know X for quite a while now as well. Not as long as you, of course, but I know him for quite a while too on OS Grid, and yeah, we had some fun times there as well. And he has a lot of interesting stories to tell. So yeah, there's a lot you can learn from him.
He's a great storyteller, that's for sure.
Oh man, we spend. Mark knows this. Back when we started the Anon Grid for like 2.5 years or whatever, 3 years, it was like all we did was talk all day, every day. And yeah, he's got some great stories. And he's a great storyteller, and he's very truthful in what he says. A lot of things is I don't know how to say
But-
it. You know, I mean,
But he's also great inspiration to all activists, right?
yeah, of course he is. But the only it's like when we talked here, a week or so ago. The only criticism I had against him was, why did you want to keep rubbing the U.S.'s government's nose in this shit? Why did you
Because it's X.
I had some fights with
Yeah,
him
but-
about
yeah, but,
that
Yeah, but I mean, he really that thing he did, that half hour interview before that documentary in Canada. I was on that interview. I didn't say anything. I was listening in the background, and it was just like, coming up to this, 90-minute show about X, and it's like, I mean, you can only rub people's nose and stuff for so long. I mean, they're gonna react.
Yep.
And
He keeps
Especially when it's the FBI.
he keeps poking
Yeah,
the
well,
hornet's
FBI
nest, right? He keeps poking the hornet's nest, and one of these days you get stung, right?
he poked it. He's got to be the greatest at it, actually, because he
I
did
don't
it
think
for
he
over
just
10
poked
years.
the hornet's nest. I think he threw a wooden spear at it.
I think he stuck a hard one up their rectum, and they hated it.
Pretty much sums it up. Yeah.
Yeah, but and the second thing I can't understand is why Mexico, because the corruption there. Mexico wasn't maybe not the best place to go to.
Well, he didn't have immunity. That's what people made a mistake on. And a lot of people didn't understand I don't know. Most of you are not in the United States. Glory knows what I'm talking about for sure. Alamo knows what I'm talking about. Is what he did is he actually had like a green card, which allowed him to stay there and live there. And he could apply for even citizenship if he wanted to. But
He had refugee status, right?
no, he had resident alien status, which actually is kind of what you're saying. But he just, I told him, when he was doing the documentary, we talked a lot. It was like the day when he walked down there to apply for his asylum, which turned out to be the green card. Mark knows that very well, because I think we do a show on that or something.
Yeah, I think so too.
But they accepted his application, which was what the big thing was. In other words, they weren't going to extradite him for that. He could have stayed there. He had some really good support. I know the people. I would never name them. I would never talk about them or even say anything about it, about who he was staying with and who supported, and helped support him. But, it was kind of, he got a little bit bold there in the end, and it was like, yeah, I don't know. He probably if he didn't do that documentary, he'd still be there. That's the way I look at it. Me and him, when we talked on the phone about it, that's what we were talking about.
Actually, I was watching some videos earlier, and yeah, he had pretty much a good life there in Mexico. He had a house, he had a hammock where he was lying in, he had everything there. Compared to when he was doing that activism, he was sleeping on the streets, right? So, yeah, he was, he had a pretty good life there in Mexico.
Actually, it didn't. I'm not going to say it was a great life. I mean, because I helped him out, and a lot of my friends helped him out. You know, he lived upstairs on a coffee shop for over 6 years. And, you know, how else would you be 5'8", 124 pounds when they arrested you? I mean, that's like, you know, I mean, he didn't have it the best in the world. But,
Yeah.
you know, the family that he was staying with, one of the brothers didn't like him. So he was basically like, the whole family liked him. They're like, you know, the Mexican families are like United States families used to be. They're pretty big. And there's like 8 people in this house, and one of the brothers didn't like him there.
Oh,
so,
and I know in Mexico, family is everything, right?
well, it is, but see, they had accepted, everybody else but this one person had accepted him into the family. And that's when he, you know, that was like a year or so, you know, before he got Xander. And we were trying to name him because we were up there on a non-grid saying, what do you name this thing? You know, I mean, you know, you got a dog. So, he came up with Xander, and it was like, that's all cool. You know, I mean, that's a good name. But Xander's got a bigger meaning.
Prince Xander.
Exactly. And you, Gloria, you probably know that there's a lot more behind the name Xander than what it really means.
Well, and coincidentally, it starts with an X, of course.
Well, you can't be X without being X. I mean, I have to salute him my whole life because he has done stuff that I would never have the balls to do. I mean, just go right up and, you know, rub your ass in the police nose, sleep on their front porch, tell them to beg them to take you out of there. And I mean, he's done that. And if he
yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ted.
What I wanted to say is, well, he had a better life in Mexico than that he had in America because he was sleeping on the street in the cold all the quite a lot of times, right?
Yeah, he did, but you know, it's like when he came here, you know, like not far from me, which is, you know, I'm not going to say exactly, but, you know, 50, 60 miles, you know, whatever, to Orlando, and he come down because he wanted to support the Food Not Bombs program that they were arresting everybody for. We all got arrested. There was 15 of us. We all got arrested at the same time. And, you know, luckily, you know, my mom was really nice. My mom put up like 20 grand and got us all out. Most of us anyway. You know, other people had their families helping them, but then he went directly out to California and he got involved with it again. You know, and it was like, and what did he do? He slept, I don't even know, a month, almost 20 something days or a month outside of the Santa Clara, you know, City Hall Police Department, which they're doing again right now. I just saw a thing right now that McHenry's still doing it. It's like,
Yeah, the Freedom Camp.
yeah, and it's like, you know, I mean, he sat there and would sleep on his steps and just, you know, he made him walk around him. He didn't move.
But mostly, most importantly is he didn't do it for himself. He did it for the homeless people, and that's important. I mean, that whole Food Not Bombs thing is about the homeless people, right? And what's wrong about that? I wonder.
Well,
There's
they feed homeless people vegan food. It's atrocious. Absolutely damning. This is why they're at the top of the terrorist list, which is so fucking dumb.
I mean, yeah, I saw videos. By the way, I saw your two hands in the videos. But yeah, feeding homeless people and then getting arrested for feeding homeless people. I was like, what the fudge, you know?
Well, that was just part of it, and see, that was part of the project. When X came here, this had already been like, I don't know, 6 or 8 months old, and every time that we tried to feed the homeless, they would kick us out of this park, even though it was a public park, and they were just like, "You don't have right to feed people." You know, it's like, what do you mean we don't have right to feed people? I mean,
That's stupid. I mean, am I not allowed to give somebody some food? That's stupid. That's just stupid.
well, that was
see that a lot
how was there?
America.
You see that a lot with the religious. Like a secular leftist government will have a hard dick for Christians, and they'll do stuff like that.
Well, the Christians are doing it. They are feeding the homeless. So should they get arrested too? I mean, yeah, doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, they like to funnel you, like, say, through approved Catholic organizations or whoever,
Yeah, or like large charities.
The little guy
Which are
They don't.
corrupted as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. What separates Food Not Bombs is how decentralized it is, and the fact that they're anarchist.
Well, it wasn't Food Not Bombs thing. It was we would go up there. We were the cleanest people in the world. There was not a speck of paper on the ground. There was nothing wrong. All the food was cooked. We had two 8-foot white vinyl tables that we set up, and we would feed these people, and everybody was so polite, it was crazy. I mean, everybody was just like, they were thankful that we were doing this, because I don't know if you know about Orlando, Florida or not, but there's a very large homeless population because it's warm.
Yeah.
And everything else. And, they got us because when they first come out, what we did is we were on the sidewalk, which was public property. Okay? Not private property, not city property. I mean, when you're on the sidewalk, you're public property, which is federally owned. Well, they told us, we need to move back 10 feet. So we moved back 10 feet, and then all of a sudden, you're on city property. You can't feed these people. And it's like, I don't care who you are in this world. I don't, in my whole life, I don't care. If you're hungry, I will feed you. I don't care if you're a mouse, I will feed you.
And even
I'm not letting people starve.
Even if it's city property, you pay taxes, so you pay for everything that's on city property, right?
Yeah.
No, that's not the way they looked at it. Was what they did is they had a city ordinance that we could not. We had to possess a food vending license to sell food, which we weren't selling food. We were just giving food away. I mean, that's where it all got crazy, and it just went on from there.
That's a technical detail, right? If you're selling it or if you're giving it, because giving is not vending, right?
on city property.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even then, for, like, fucking, whatchamacallit, like, if people wanted to set up a taco truck, or, like, set up one of those little, I forgot what they're called, the little, like, hot dog trolleys that you see everywhere in Los Angeles, or, like, you know, if some kid wants to set up a lemonade stand because it's fucking hot and humid in Florida, and people want something refreshing, like, you know, people can get pegged for that with all these bullshit city ordinances.
Oh yeah, they want you to get a license. They want you to pay them. What they wanted the first time was, and it's a really good friend of mine. He owns a giant flea market. I mean, it's like half mile long, and he's really behind all of it. You know, as far as financing and all that. And at the flea market, we would get all this food. We would get food that, you know, was really good and we could use to make all these meals with. So it wasn't like it was costing us a fortune. Well, what they were doing is telling us that we had to pay taxes. And it's like, you know, we're not selling anything. You know what I mean?
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. So tax on zero incomes is zero, right? I mean, you have no income because you're giving it away, so the tax on zero is zero.
Exactly, and and Gloria will tell you. Alamo will tell you. Mark will tell you. That's what's behind Food Not Bombs, is we never sold anything. We were just trying to feed people. What kind of justification can you give me if you come up and I don't care where you're from, I don't care what you're dressed in, I don't care what you look like, and you're hungry, I'm going to feed you. I mean, I'll do it right now.
But what if you would obtain like an empty lot somewhere in the city? That would be private property then. Would you be allowed to give away food then?
No, because what they did here in Central Florida is they make you acquire a vendor's license. Okay, even if you're giving it away. I mean, Gloria knows what I'm talking about. I mean, they will make you acquire a business license and then have the health department come out and okay everything you do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
even if you do follow the whole process, they'll harass you the whole way and make it damn near impossible.
No, but basically, if you have your own lot, it would not be public property, right? It would be private property. So I'm not sure if the same rules apply then.
No, because what we're doing is we're providing food to people, and the food has to be we have to be health department approved, and that's what got us. That's what got us arrested. That's when me and Eggs and all went to jail that night, was that we didn't have a license, that our food was approved for human consumption. In other words, we didn't have all their stuff.
Sounds like a big load of baloney, right?
It's a big turd truck, actually. But I mean, that's what happened. That's what grounds they arrested us on, is that we're not licensed. We don't have a health department license to sell food. Even though we're not selling anything, we still have to have a health department license to provide food to another human being, because we might be poisoning you.
Yeah, it sounds like a big pile of bullshit to me, but yeah. Well, unfortunately, we don't make the laws, right?
No.
I wish we did, because, you know, I'm the same way. I don't care right now. And you know what happened? This is the funny thing. It's not funny, actually. But this is the truth of the matter right now, is it took 4 years of legal battles. And now you can still go to Lake Eola Park today and you can get fed. A lot of people sacrifice a lot for it. but you can go down there and they will provide food to you, and the government will stand out of the way. They don't care anymore. But it was a big giant fight, and X was one of the first people that helped come down here and start it. Even though we had other people doing it already, but I mean, he was a big finger in that, and it cost tens of thousands of dollars to do it. But you go down there to Lake Eola Park in Orlando, Florida, right now. Any evening that you want to go, I will guarantee you will get a hot meal. And if you need socks or you need shirts, if you need something, they will give them to you.
Well, a couple of years ago, I was with my work, cleaning the soccer stadiums after there was a match, right? And there was really like boxes and boxes of fries and hamburgers, just defrosted but not baked yet. Thrown away. It was maybe like a day old. I was like, why don't they give it to the homeless shelters? Feed the people there with that, because it is consumable. It's just defrosted, but not bad yet. But no, that's difficult and blah 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 blah. Yeah, throw it away. Nobody has anything from it, right?
And that's coming back from, the health department said it was not refrigerator frozen for 4 hours. You didn't have a license to cook it. You can't give it to nobody. We've been through this so many times, because this is all around. Everything I'm talking about is around the Citrus Bowl, which holds about 85,000 people, whatever. The food, nothing was out of date. Everything was straight up. But I don't know. It's the same thing. That's why when X, left here, I'm not going to go into the details of what happened here or nothing else. I guess they're going to put them charges out there. But it was probably, most of them probably should have been thrown on me, not him. But he went out there and started doing the same thing. Like Henry, wanting to feed people that are hungry. Our country is so screwed up. It's I don't know. You'd have to come to the United States and actually look at these people. People are living under bridges. They're barely scraping by.
I seen them in New York. I've been to New York in 1999, so I seen them.
Okay, but I'm saying
New York, Florida, Los Angeles.
Los Angeles is really bad. My sister's in Seattle, and it's even worse.
Yeah.
It's like, these people, they're just trying to survive. Okay, the system has screwed them. And one of the biggest things that got me involved in all of it is because a lot of these people are antisocial, which I don't blame them for. That they're Vietnam vets that really got screwed. They don't trust the government. They don't. Why would they? They're not getting any of their needs taken care of. Their medical needs are bad. And we've got a group here called SCORE. You can look it up.
And constantly having to evade cops too, who won't let you sleep in one place for more than 2 hours, and especially in Los Angeles, parking is like cancer, so you'd be forced to move if you're sleeping in your car. Just the cumulative effects of that and what that could do to your mental health.
But I can imagine if they are treated antisocial, you get antisocial, right?
Well, it's not that it's not so much that they're treated antisocial. It's just these people have went for help, okay? And we're talking about Vietnam vets. These people are in their late 60s, early 70s, And, the VA, Veterans Administration, has just screwed them from the start. I mean, most of them are disabled. They used to call it shell shocked. Now in the last, since Afghanistan and Iraq, they call it PTSD. Well, they didn't treat that before. They let them go. They just let them go, and they were just like, they didn't want anything to do with the government. They still don't, and I don't blame them. Like I said, you look up. We got another group here in Central Florida called SCORE that we've been doing for years, and what we do is we take medicine for hepatitis, whatever meds we can get, which to help these people out, and they're all legal. Believe me, I'd be in prison if it wasn't legal, because we got caught so many times. But this organization has decided that they are going to provide for these people in this situation. Say, hey, you need medicine, and you go out and see these guys and women, and it's scary, because they trust us, they love us, but anybody else, they're kind of like, they don't trust the system, and and actually, in all reality, the VA has improved in the last 2 years 400%.
I don't blame them. Why would you trust a system that lets you down? That's the thanks that they got for their service, right? Being let down.
No, they're supposed to get VA, and Veterans Administration was supposed to take care of them and say, well, if you've done this, like I said, most of them, come back, where it was shell shock. It was more. Vietnam was bad. My father was a prisoner of war in Korea for 2.5 years. I've got tons of my family. Most of my family's military. They live in Seattle. They live wherever. They're all military, retired military. But when you start telling these people that, hey, this means nothing. You just go over here and you do this. And they end up homeless because they can't understand, their family doesn't understand them. They don't understand each other. They've had no mental health treatment at all. And that's why I've got a master's in psychology. That's why my mom had a master's degree in psychology. But, it's not just to treat these people, but I understand them. I can sit there and talk to them on a one-on-one basis and say, hey, I understand. And that means so much that's kind of crazy, because they know that I'm not going to judge them on anything they do. I will try to help them. I will do whatever. X was the same way. When he was here, I took him to some camps where homeless people were that didn't trust the government, and I honestly think that's almost what changed him in a direction that kind of made it crazy, because he couldn't understand it either, because we'd sit down and talk to these people.
Yeah,
drink a few.
I did the same. Where I live, we have like a veterans club, and a lot of people from the Dutch bat came back. When they came back, they joined that veteran club, and I spoke to a lot of them, and especially the ones that was in Srebrenica. That was terrible, and they told me stories about what they seen there. You don't want to see that.
No, I agree, and it's just the only thing that they want is a sympathetic ear, somebody that'll try to help them out. Yeah, I've taken them. I've got a whole thing here I could take a picture of. It'll probably freak you out, of mental health drugs. to take to these people that are just, nothing really, just mostly antidepressive. Some are, bipolar, whatever. But all they want is somebody to listen to them. Somebody to say, "Hey, I love you, man. Here. If you're hungry, come here every day. I'll feed you. If you need something, call me. Here's a cell phone. I'll pay the money for the cell phone." That's all they want. They want somebody to know that they care, and that's, I'm serious. I'm sitting here right now, and I got tears running down my eyes now because these people are just, that's who they are. They're your brothers, they're your uncles, they're your great uncles or your grandparents, whatever. All they want is somebody just to say they care and come out and visit them once in a while and not judge a damn thing that they do. If they want to do something, that's what they can do. Without, they will never harm another person. They're not a threat. It's just they've been fucked over by the government so many times.
Oh yeah,
they just
I know those mental health drugs. They turn you into zombies, right?
Guys, just real quick, maybe mention how people can actually help these people.
Well, the thing about helping these people is there's some really good organizations out there that do help people. There's a lady on. I had to get on this today. It was early, probably. Well, I can't. Your times are way off of mine. But I found a company that my girlfriend went to work for. She worked there 2 days. Found out this company's, totally screwing people. This guy's driving like a Lamborghini and living in a $400,000 house, and he's making money for his kids and stuff. So what I did is, I told her, I said, "Hey, let's just go, to these people that you'll see them on Twitter. If y'all are on Twitter, you'll see them all the time, which is Code of Vets. They're the real deal. They will actually help people. Every cent that they get, they probably add 20 cents too. But it's sad, and that's where all this food not bomb stuff started from. It wasn't from a couple of people being homeless. It wasn't from people needing food or losing their house or anything. It kind of started with the veterans, and I don't know what else to say. It's really hard. It's hard to deal with these people because, like I said, they're antisocial. They don't trust anybody. But if you go sit down and talk to them, they're just. They are your brother. They're your friend. Your sister. They will sit there and talk to you and.
Yeah, like I said, you can't blame them. First, they are let down by the government, and second, I think it's also part of the what was it called? PTSD that they don't trust anybody, right? That also comes with the territory, or not?
No, I agree with you. I'm waiting for Alamo to jump in because he knows the same thing. There's out by where he's at. There's a lot of people out there too. This isn't something unique.
No, I will say, San Antonio, they opened up like what they call the Haven for Hope here. It's like a really big center, and that honestly did some good. I don't know how much the city spent, but there's always problems, but they seem to handle the load pretty good, and mental health and all that. They got rules though. They take your pills and everything, and you always run into that with these government-run shops like that.
Well, that's mostly because Big Pharma runs it anyway. But if you're taking somebody out a thing of Zoloft, You know, I mean, Zoloft's probably, the weakest thing you can give somebody, and it's, it's all it does is, it calms you down a little bit. I mean, I like I said, I could sit here and take pictures of all this stuff I got on my desk ready to take to somebody. Okay, not one person.
I can imagine that a lot of them have anxiety problems with all the shit that they had to deal with, right?
Exactly, and that's like Zoloft's anti-anxiety. I don't even know. I sit here and shake bottles and throw them all night. I mean, I've got tons of this stuff ready to go. But it's actually prescribed, and I've actually helped these people get it prescribed. But I mean, it's I don't know. I don't know how it is in Europe. Gloria knows how it is. Alamo knows how it is. Mark's really smart. He's a lot smarter than I'll ever think to be. But the system has fucked these people over, and that's not right.
So you're saying I'm not smart? Ha ha ha.
You're like number 5 on the list.
No, I didn't say that. I just, you're not in the United States where you see this stuff, and these other people are, and me and Mark, we've this. How many? 6 years, 7 years? I don't even know how many years we've been doing this show, but we've talked about this several times. So he understands, and he's, like I said, he's 10 times smarter than I'll ever be. But I just want to. All I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to give these people a handout. I'm not trying to hand them anything for free. I'm not trying to give them a means to leave for anything. I want to give them a hand up. I mean, why? I'm the best. I don't even know if I should say this. I mean, I'm the best docs person in the country. I'll find anybody. I can find you if you're homeless. I can find you if you live under a rock. And I do a lot of work, OSINT work and everything else, helping people locate lost family members. And, sometimes it works great. Sometimes people don't want to talk to each other. But there's so many missing people that, Trace Labs, which that's who I work through, is Trace Labs. I'm in a mid for them. We're trying to build families back together, because there are so many people that are looking for their family members that, just they don't know. I mean, especially out there in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is really bad. I mean, I find people all over the place out there in San Diego. But, these people, they just want to, and there's family members that love them. They really do. But they never understood what really happened, and why they're pushed to the edge of society. And there's not one person in this world, nobody. I don't care who you are. I don't care how bad you are. I don't care what you've done. There's no reason in the world that somebody can't come up and just grab you and say, "Hey, I love you, man. I love you, woman. Let's work on this a little bit."
That's actually what they just want. They want to have somebody to talk to that listens to them, right? So they can tell the story. They can talk it off, so to speak, right?
Exactly, and that's the thing. You got the sympathetic ear, but I mean, really understanding, and not just sitting there blah blah blah. Listening to them and say, okay, well, here's this, here's that. I got to go. I mean, actually meeting the people and understanding them, and that's where X came into it. Is when I took him to a place called, I'm gonna call it, it's the big woods. Okay. He'll know. You ever mention the big woods to him, he'll tell you he knows what the big woods is. But there's 200 or 300 people living back here in the woods, and we met these people and we sat down and talked to them. I mean, if they wanted, I don't smoke weed or nothing, which I don't care about it. But if they want to burn a fatty or whatever, that's great. All they want somebody to do is sit there and listen to them for a few minutes, and that's all. It's like, how inhuman is that it is, like, what's going on in Yemen, what's going on in Afghanistan right now. That's really going to turn bad. It's not hard to love another human being. If any one of you ever asked me for anything, I'll be the first one to give it to you. And that's how I've always been. And I don't care. I'm not rich. I'm not living on the street, but I have lived in the woods before. I lived in the woods for 3.5 years. So, I just can't understand how people can be so damn cold that they look at people and...
I wish we had a million more people like you, because indeed, a lot of people in the world are just selfish, right?
I think everybody on here is like me. Everybody's the same way. I've known them, most of them, for a long time. They're just, actually, that's what Anonymous was basically built on, was caring about everybody in the world without even, considering yourself. Hey, if I got $3, you can have two. That's basically what it was. And I think it's got misguided over the years, a lot of ways, because a lot of people got selfish. But I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying they're good. I'm not judging anybody, because that's not my job. But,
Anonymous nowadays is all more... The people who are joining Anonymous now is more like an ego thing. It's not about helping people. It's more like an ego thing, right?
I would say that. I would say a lot of people want it. They want that little banner, like, well, hey, I'm Anonymous on my head or something. Go get him a Guy Fawkes mask, whatever the hell. But if you look at some of the videos, like from the November 5th things that we do, you'll see me in them. You can see my face. You can see me. If you look at Florida, you look at Tampa, you look at Orlando, whatever, we're out there handing out food. We're handing out money, what little bit we can afford. We're pulling wagons with everything in it, T-shirts, sweaters, jackets, whatever. That's, and that's where Mark is. See, Mark's always been that way. He doesn't say a whole bunch about it, but Mark's the first person he'd be the same way. If he had $3, he would give you two of it. And I'm not trying to build him up as that. I'm just saying, over the years we've known each other, and we've been to all this stuff. There's a guy sitting on a street corner or leaning up against a building. He's hungry. We're gonna feed him, man. That's just what life's about, man. I think I've talked a little bit too much about this, but I just want to say, everybody out there, when you see somebody sitting there and they don't have anything, or they, whatever, I don't care if they haven't shaved in 20 years, whatever else, these people are still our family. We all came from the same place, and that's who we fight for. And that's what we will always fight for. That's what every rally is about. And that's what everything else is about. We all have to love each other. When we do that, all these bullshit wars and all this other stingy stuff that the rich people are doing, they can do. But, see somebody tomorrow, reach out, shake their hand, just say, hey, man, I love you, just for being you. That's it.
Actually, we have a homeless guy in my town, and I speak with him on many occasions. I try to talk with him, and yeah, he's a nice guy actually, and he has a lot of stories to tell as well. I take the time to talk with him, and listen to him. You notice that you get a lot of appreciation just by doing that,
That's all. That's all that needed to be done. Just you're doing it right, Ted. Just just reach out and hug him one time. Say, hey, man, I love you. If you need something, let me try to help you. If I can, I can't. If I can, I can. Let's have. Here's coffee. If it's cold outside, here's coffee. You want food. That's what it's all about. And you're doing it right then. And everybody else on here does the same thing. I know, because I know them all. I haven't known Glory for a long, long time, but Alamo, I know who he is, and Mark knows me. That's what it's all about, man. It's all brotherly love. We don't want nobody to control our world.
Yeah, even when I was still in school, we had this period. There was no class, and we went into the city, and there was also homeless people there, and I had my lunch with me, but I didn't eat it anyway because bread is not my thing. So I gave it to a homeless guy, and he was really thankful for it. He was sitting always at the same spots every day, and yeah, most people walk past him, looking disgusted, and no, I just sit next to him on the bench and talk with him a little bit, This is all it's
like that person could be you. All it takes is one bad day for that person, for you to be that person. It's like, honestly, I enjoy conversations with unhoused people more than like half of conversations with quote unquote like the general populace. So yeah.
And yeah, like I said, they are not less human than we are. They are all human beings.
Well,
and why?
Actually, they might have a lot more life experience than most. Just saying.
Exactly. But why look down on them? Why?
Because of corporate propaganda and brainwashing that makes people think that like these are just that like dehumanizes these people, but it's like, no. What would you do if you were in their situation, if you had to deal with all the mental strain of being in that situation? You never know. It's like, it's the same thing as the prison system. It's disgusting what the system does to these people.
No,
All you can do is show some empathy.
Well, no, it's not. It's not. It's empathy is not even. Empathy is a great word, but what I'm saying is, and you know it, because I know you meant exactly what I'm saying is all these people want you to do is talk to them. Understand where they're coming from, show a little sympathy, which most of them don't want anyway. They basically just want you to, they want a friend, and there's nobody else they can trust. That's it. And how simple is it in the whole world to be somebody's friend? That's pretty easy to do.
All they want is to be accepted as a human being, as they are. right? Not as what we want them to be, but as they are. That's what they want.
Yeah, no, simple things like when you're in Miami, for instance, instead of ordering a cafecito, order a colada, cause that way you can share it, and then just share it with them. Little shit like that. Especially 'cause,
Exactly.
not to flex on Miami, but cafecito is the best.
And them,
I'm not even a coffee drinker.
and them more than anybody.
Oh, Miami.
You know, them more than anybody else appreciates more the little things, right?
Well, it's not even the little things that they appreciate. It's that you treat them as an equal. You're not looking down on them, and they're not looking up at you. That's what I've found over the years. Is that, hey, we're people, man, and I mean, whatever I got, yours. Whatever you got's mine. I don't care if you're a heroin addict. I don't care if you're a crack addict. Whatever else, I will try to help you. I mean, and most of them have been drove into that situation because the system broke down, and it's sad. It really is. I mean, it's so sad.
Yeah. Same as what Glory said about the prison systems. So many of the little crimes, like somebody busted for a joint, they go into prison and they come out more criminal than they went in, because that system doesn't work. That system really doesn't work.
Well, I'm sure Gloria will talk about this because me and her have talked about this before, and I don't know if she remembers. Me and Mark have talked about it a lot. Me and Alamo. It's like we need to quit building prisons. Especially for drug offenses. We need to start doing treatment centers, which in the state of Florida. I'm not trying to hide where I'm at. Everybody knows. I mean, it's not hard to find. They had 42 treatment centers a year ago. Because of budget cuts, under Biden, now there's only 13 institutions out of the 142 in the state of Florida that offer drug treatment.
Well, the problem is also that a lot of prisons are privatized, right? So they actually make money for people sent to prison, right?
Yeah, well, and they also use them for slave labor.
That as well. And like I said, most people who went to prison, first of all, they have no real future, because once you have a criminal record, try to get a job, try to get a good education and everything. You can forget it, right? Because everybody will treat you as a criminal. So what, you become a criminal.
Right, but not what I'm saying is that and everybody in the United States knows this. Over 90% of the people in prison are there because of a drug problem. I mean, one way or another, it was associated to alcohol or drugs. And when you've got less than 5%, treating you for your mental issues, to help you out of this, or treating you at all, they might just throw you in a building and let you, have a heart attack and die. They don't care. But, I mean, the system's got to change. The system is not the same. It's not right. Out there where Alamo is, I've got a good friend of mine. He's head of all of the systems in that whole state. And I'll tell you his name because you can look him up on Twitter. His name's Kent Lucas. KentLucas. Me and him talk a lot, about drug treatment. And that's his whole life, is he's in charge of all of that whole state's system. And It's just, it's overloaded. You can't do it. But United States, look how many people we got locked up. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them just for possession of cannabis, which I, by the way, have my own thoughts about. I don't see cannabis as really as drugs. I mean, Mark knows it as well.
Herb.
I mean, cannabis is legalized here since what year it was, Mark? I think 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, since forever. Yeah.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is here, actually it's with all the drugs that are actually in the healthcare system. I think for like private possession, you're not even being arrested, not even like for the worst drugs. Like, they can take it from you, whatever, not weed, but with other stuff. But I mean, you won't get arrested over it. That it's just in the healthcare system. It's just treated differently. Selling is maybe a different story, but the rest it is in the healthcare system. So that should be there. I'm saying.
Yeah, but like I said, in America, a lot of people, also young people, get arrested for just possession of a joint. And I was like, what the fuck? Why do you need to go to prison for just having a little bit of weed for your own use? You're not harming anybody with it.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what they've done in the last year or two here in Florida is, and there was people in there that got caught with like a half pound of weed, and they were serving a life sentence. I mean, life. Not just numbers. I'm talking about they will carry you out in a casket before you got out. And you got these other people in there. It's like you're sitting there. I've been in jail. I'm not gonna lie about that. I've been not for drugs, not for anything like that. But I was sitting there looking at these people, and the guy's like, well, what are you in jail for? He's like, well, I had an ounce of cocaine and they popped me. Well, Florida's cocaine capital of the world. When you talk about snow,
Yeah,
that's what Florida is.
Cocaine built the Miami skyline.
So they
that's
do have
what I'm saying. Right now, you can buy it for $500 an ounce. I mean, it's nothing.
So they do have snow in Miami.
Well, it did. It built. She's right, Gloria. It built all the skyscrapers in Miami. Cocaine paved that.
Yeah,
road.
that pretty Miami skyline you see in all the wallpapers and shit didn't exist before the 80s.
No,
hell no.
I say that
and people actually don't believe the Scarface like something that was real. I mean that's kind of funny. Because
actually, it was funny that I saw that movie a few times, and there is that scene that they are going to the Colombians, right? And they were walking outside. I was like, "Hey, fuck! I've been to that park, that park in the background where they were walking and parking the car." I was, "Hey, I've been to that park." That was really hilarious to see,
Yeah, but see, it's all true, And now, this. I don't know if we got time to do all this, but, it's like Afghanistan. United States been in Afghanistan for 20 years. Afghanistan produces 90% of the world's heroin. Okay? How all of a sudden did the Colombians started trading cocaine to Europe, dollar for heroin coming in? That's when Obama stuck the opiate, regulations up where you couldn't even get a prescription if you wanted one. And all of a sudden, here comes fentanyl, and it's like, and then pseudo fentanyl. It's like, it's like, like when they've locked up at El Chapo Guzman. They put him out there at 80X, Florence 80X. It's like, you think this is really going to do something?
Right.
I mean, are you really breaking something down, you got 20 other people taking his place, and then the only thing I'll ever praise Trump for is he wanted to build the wall. Okay, I mean that's cool. I mean I don't care how they did it, whatever else. But since Biden been in office, we got 700 to a million people a month crossing our borders, and only 6% are Mexicans. The rest of them are OTMs, which you know what I'm talking about, Glory. Other than Mexican. So, we got all these people coming in from the Middle East. I mean, they're just pouring across our borders. And yet they want everybody to take and get COVID vaccines. They want you to wear a mask and everything else. And they're letting in 750,000 people a month that don't have no masks. They don't have no vaccines. It's like, how does this happen? I mean, our country is screwed. United States
I
is a
mean, we're
mess.
going around and destabilizing the countries that these people are coming from, so it's like I can't really blame them for fleeing a situation that they shouldn't be in.
I agree. Like I said, I don't have a problem with real refugees, like people that come out of a war zone. I have no problem with them because they are in a terrible situation there. But what I do have a problem with is the economical refugees that come here.
Right. You know what? I've got a lot. I'm German. I'm half German. I speak German. I got a lot of friends in Germany. We talk all the time, and they're telling me the situation there with people coming out of Syria and coming out. These people are getting like 10,000 euros a month. They got 7 kids, and they were all getting 2,000 euros a month. And the crime rate went up to where 9 out of 10 crimes are committed by these refugees. Now I agree with that. But, what it is, it's culture shock. It's not that they're doing anything different than they ever did. It's just the culture is so different that how do you put these people into that culture?
Well, I have to say it's not the Syrian refugees that are the problem. It's more the economical refugees that come here, like people not out of a war zone that just come here because they have a better living here. Earn more money and blah blah blah. But they are not real refugees. We call them economical refugees.
Right. What I've been telling all my friends over there, is I want to change my name to Islam Salam, and I want to come to Germany and get 10,000 euros a month plus a 5,000 square foot house. How am I going to pull that off?
You don't. Nope. Because that's bullshit. That's also something that they misunderstand. But like I said, the real refugees, the guys from Syria and now the guys from Afghanistan who come here, they are actually happy to be here and they do anything to integrate, right?
No, I agree with you because we've got the same thing here. It's like, right now my biggest bitch, and this is why I wasn't even on early tonight, is that Joe Biden fucked the whole world. He just went in there and he left thousands of Americans there and over 30,000 Afghanis there. That and it's so sad because for the last 20 years the women have been educated equal to the men, which always should be done. Okay? There should be no difference. It's not, hey, you're just going to go make me a bunch of babies and, tend my damn poppy field. I mean, it's so sad that these people. It's like Afghanistan. Russia didn't really do that bad when they were there because they never got to that point. But like Iran, if you look at pictures of Iran in 1972, 1973, whatever, 1971, everybody was equal. We were going to men and women were going to the same colleges, and I'll even include the other crock of bullshit LGBTQ plus whatever they want to throw in there anymore. But I'm saying everybody was created equal, and they went to school. You learned something. They got jobs, and whether they wanted it or not, they had an education. And now all of a sudden, you got the Taliban rushing back in there because, Joe-flation, Joe Obama, whatever you want to call him, is just he tore that whole country apart, man. It's like
I saw pictures of Iran from that time. There were even women walking around with no things over their head. What you call them? What they have
The
now?
hijab.
Yeah,
The hijab. No, the women in the 70s in Iran were wearing bikinis on the beach, just like the men wore shorts. They hung out at the same place.
Yeah, before the CIA overthrew their democratically elected government in 1953. Reinstated
Well,
the freaking Shah, so.
Well,
back to Shaw.
The Shah.
When
They
you back
were-
to Shaw,
they were
you had a normal Western looking government. When you started backing these 7th century, warlords, you got a different look.
as we did here, do now here, But somehow it went wrong there, right?
Yeah, the CIA got tired of you, just like Gaddafi and everybody else. We use you for about 20 or 30 years, and then when we're done with you, we throw you under the bus.
Yep.
We suck up all your oil. You grab your natural resources, and then throw you a few camels, and hey, good luck.
Well, the same now with Afghanistan, right? Now the Al Qaeda is again on power. What was it, Taliban there, and they have Sharia law. So good luck, women there. Because you know how strict they are with the Sharia law, right?
Yeah, we know about Sharia law. Alamo tell you about it, Gloria tell you about it, Mark tell you about it. There's, there's,
It's a patriarchy.
It's more than a patriarchy, saying it nicely. They treat women like trash. When women are equals, women have always been my equal. Most women are smarter than me. I'm not going to lie about that. But
Actually, I know somebody who did read the Quran, and it says actually in the Quran that everybody's equal, And I don't know where they got it from that women are less than men, but it's not not even in their belief system.
right, but you got to go back to this. That what is the most evil thing on planet Earth? The most evil.
Well, I would say money, but yeah, that's a different story.
I'd say humans are.
Yeah.
No, it's organized religion, because the money, the humans, everything else come out of this organized religion. I'm not saying I don't believe in God. I'm not saying I do believe in God, but that's the most evil thing in the world, because I can't say it now, but Mark knows him, and
agnostic, because they also do that. Like they don't disagree that there is a God, but they don't agree that there is a God. So they are somewhere in the middle. Agnostics, I think they are called, right?
Yeah, but it is. You're right about agnostics, but that's not me. I went to a Lutheran school, German Lutheran school, from the time I was 5 years old until I was 12 years old. And then after that, I went to high school in another Lutheran school. Okay. Then I graduated. I went to the University of Florida for 6 years. I've got 2 masters.
Oh, you were a fucking gator? Ugh.
Oh, don't start on the Gators now. But anyway, but no, I went there for 6 years, and after that, I had a contract where I did construction, and I traveled the whole United States for 18 years. And what I did during that time is I went to every kind of church that I could find. I went to the snake handlers in North Carolina. I mean, I've been to the Protestant churches of the Northwest. I went to Catholic churches. I visited hundreds of churches. Okay, I found most people are great people. I mean, I'm not judging them on anything, but so I know about organized religion. I went to these mega churches. We got churches here that got 10,000, 12,000 people. You've got 50 pastors in one church. How big is that?
Actually,
I know you know about it, Glory. I'm just saying. I mean, we run. You remember? Okay, let me tell you. I'm going to tell you something. Now, a whole lot of people don't really pay much attention to, but anyway, we run Benny Hinn out of Central Florida. I mean, that bastard, we run his ass out of here because what he was doing was holding women hostage in apartment complexes and collecting their welfare checks.
Yeah. Actually, I was raised Catholic, but
I was raised Baptist, so it was extra.
At a certain age, I was like, sorry, but I can't believe this, so I rejected it. And been an atheist ever since, But
Yeah,
I don't.
well, I mean, as the strict doctrine, it's like so you can tell how it's used as like as a way to maintain order and hierarchies and try to and like a control system, and it's so rigid. Like I honestly feel like the more spiritual and faithful you get, the more it leads you to go away from organized religion because you want to have like a fluidity in your faith almost that like these really strict, rigid doctrines don't allow for.
If you look at
and I, sorry to interrupt it, Ted, but I'm going to tell you, if Gloria's raised Southern Baptist, you have no clue what we're talking about.
Just if you take the history of the Catholic Church, and how they suppressed people and how many wars were, they had in the name of the Bible, it's just all bullshit,
Like, how many popes were executed because they went a different way than what the Catholic religion decided? Could you answer me that?
No, I don't know exactly, but I know there was, and the church is still denying it. I know that there was a female pope, but the church is still denying it.
Well, that was. I'm trying to remember the exact year. I might be wrong by a few years. I think that was around 1724, 1725, something like that. That she acted like the Pope for a couple, I don't know, 6 months or something before they.
Yeah, there was
did it.
Johanna I don't know how many there was, but Johanna the X something, Yeah, I was reading about it, but the church is still denying that it actually happened, right?
Oh, it did happen, but
Yeah.
there were 17 Catholic popes convicted and hung, and 13 of them were burned at the stake for heresy.
Oh, and not just popes. I mean, how many scientists back then, like Galileo and everything, were called heretics because they went against the church and said like, the Earth is not the center of the universe. No, it's the sun. So they were called heretics.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I got a master's in history, and that was because the whole European community still swore the Earth was flat. Okay, Galileo, all of them proved them wrong. But you can't rub their nose in that. But the thing that I want to do, and I would give, excuse my language, but both my nuts and everything I own, is to get my ass in the archives of the Catholic Church. And
You mean the catacombs below the Vatican, where all they have a complete library down there, right?
Exactly. I just want to get in there and just go through some of the papers sometimes and actually see what it says. But if you look here, it wasn't but a few weeks ago, they just found another giant archive that's not associated with Catholic Church. It's not the Church of Alexandria or anything like that, but they just found another whole crypt full of documents. And
no, the library of Alexandria was burned down, I think, right? If my
it was
failing me.
Yeah, that was burnt down. That was supposed to be the capital of all knowledge, but they just found another place that's got like over 10,000 scrolls from that era that people we'll probably never hear what they say because government probably won't like it. But I would love to just run around the Vatican archives for a day. I mean, because
I know that they found original scrolls. What lead up to what is now the Bible. But they disappeared down there in the archives, and nobody tells about what's in the scrolls, right? Because that would undermine the Bible and the whole story that the Bible is telling, because it's all fabricated.
Well, like Gloria said, Gnostic, agnostic. It's what you believe. It's what chapters they want to include, what pages they want to include. I'm not saying I don't believe a lot of stuff that the Bible says, but I do know a lot of it's exaggerated. I mean, I had it beat in my head for 18, 19 years. But
well, it is true that I think it was 300 after Christ, after death. A whole lot of those religions came together and argued about what will be in the Bible and what will not be in the Bible described, right? So it is
right.
Well, big part.
That's exactly, that's the Gnostic and agnostic part. In other words, they decided what's included, what's not included, because it kind of went against what there's so many things that are contradictory in the Bible that it is. I mean, it's not funny. There's nothing funny to it because every country on this earth is fighting over the Bible, just basically. I mean, it's like, damn, you want to start a fight, man, go to Israel and start talking about, Islam. I mean, you're gonna get shot. I mean, that's what it is.
Look at North Ireland and Ireland. You know, they were fighting for years for what? Religion.
They're still fighting. That ain't stopped.
Yeah, okay, but it kind of went a little bit more quiet than what it was. I mean, with the whole IRA stuff, you know. But yeah, it's actually stupid because they both believe in God. Just they have little differences, and they're fighting about these little differences. Stupid.
The little differences weren't little differences. And it goes back to Henry VIII. When Henry VIII wanted to be divorced, he created the Church of England. Okay, I mean that was it.
That's Anglican.
I mean that was out. And that's my best friend that just left. He's going to Haiti. He should have stopped here, a few miles from me, maybe 6 hours ago. He's going to Haiti to help kids. He's an Anglican, but it's just they wouldn't give him divorce from Catherine the Great, so he was like, "Hey, I'll bet my own church." And that's where it started getting crazy. But the thing that's really amazing out of all of this, and I've studied them for a long time, and I've tried to figure out who they are, and actually they didn't leave much evidence behind or anything, is the Druids, which were from the northern part of Ireland, on their own island. They ended up killing all of them. But they were supposed to be the most educated, in every form. I mean, especially in, like, I'm not going to say Christianity, because Christianity is a very wide spectrum. But, they still don't, they just still don't know what happened to the Druids.
What I meant to say is, with the little differences, because if you take, for example, the Bible, or the Protestant Bible, or the Quran, basically the storylines all are similar, right? There's just little differences, but the names maybe are different, or a little details are different, but in big basic lines, they are all the same stories, right?
Well, I already have a difficulty when you say the Bible, when it is like a collection of like 66 books, and there's even more books which aren't accepted yet. But there's also a huge difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament, where the Old Testament contains stories which are like as old as humanity itself. So it's very difficult to say like this is all made up, because if you have like the story of Noah, for example, goes back to like the story of Gilgamesh in like Mesopotamia, which is like super old. It's like the start of civilization. So it makes a huge difference. Like what if you look at it from a religious standpoint, or from like a standpoint of a
historical.
Yeah, I mean there's lots of stuff that is like.
I don't say it's all made up, but. What I was saying was that no matter what religion you believe in, the basic story is the basic story told in the books, in the religious books, is basically almost the same, right?
I mean, I disagree. There's a lot of religions out there that have varying stories over everything, like the Bhagavad Gita that's told in Hinduism is very different from like Jesus curing a blind man in the Bible. There's different like themes across all religions.
I think he means like the Abrahamic religions, right?
Oh, only the Abrahamic ones. Okay. We'll make that distinction, Ted.
Yeah, exactly.
No, the Abrahamic religions are basically
Same.
they kind of mesh a little bit.
There's a lot of overlap. I mean, Jesus himself showed it in the Quran.
There's a bunch of he's a prophet, but you got all of a sudden you got the Muslims, and they come out, well, this is what happened. Muhammad did this. Muhammad had a 7-year-old daughter, 6-year-old daughter that he married. Whatever. Who cares? They're all dust way before we'll ever dream of being. But then you've got the Egyptian religions when you start going back, and then you go completely the opposite when you go to like the Orient. But they basically all are just telling a story of morals. I don't believe any of the stories. You got to be kidding me.
It's fascinating, though.
But what I didn't say that they all made up, but what I do agree with is that there are parts left out and other parts put in. And that's what I meant with the 300 after Christ.
No, I think this is a collection of books that were originally all burned in the big library burnings and are actually kept. But about Jesus Christ in the Quran, he's mentioned 187 times. He's the most mentioned person in the Quran, so yeah.
And like I said, what I want to say is that the people see like Muslims as, ooh, that is bad, that's bad. No, because even in the Muslim, even in the Quran, it doesn't say anything about hate. It's actually, like I said, very similar to the Bible, right? With the spreading love.
No, you are right. The whole Quran is very similar to the Old Testament of the Bible. They're very similar. They speak of it even when they start to go into the New Testament. They respect certain parts of your religion. But the only thing I'm trying to say is you go to India, I don't care. You go to Asia, whatever. It's like all these stories are books of morals. And that's what it is. How one person should treat another, even though none of us do. That's where it is. And some of the stories get so outlandish, it's crazy because, all I know is, I'll tell you one thing now, and I don't care if everybody gets mad at me, whatever. Israel is a country. Israel, they called that Israel 5,000 years ago, way before Palestine existed, way before even Islam existed. They are one tough-ass little country that are not going nowhere. You couldn't kill every person in that country to get people out of Israel. And they're sitting there with 600, I think it's 667 nuclear missiles pointed at Tehran. You're not moving these people, man. You do what you want.
It's political powers from the outside actually causing a lot of these problems, because I think many people don't realize that when the Prophet Muhammad was traveling, he wasn't really liked by Christians, but the only people who did accept him in their homes were the Jewish elders, and he was very welcomed in their home. And actually he stated himself that his followers should respect all the people of the books, which means the Abrahamic religions, which includes the Christians and the Jews. So in that sense, there wasn't a war forever.
But yeah, like you said, that whole Israel-Palestina situation there is again a war.
Is Ted breaking up for anybody else, or is it just me?
Yeah, for me too.
He broke up. But all I'm saying is Israel is where they are. Israel, as far as technology goes, they're like 15 years ahead of the United States in nuclear weapons. They take our equipment, they take our jets, they teach our fighter pilots how to fight because they're always in fights. They're not going anywhere. I don't care for what anybody says. They will take the Gaza Strip and bulldoze it into the Mediterranean. They don't care. But I got to respect them for that because I've got a lot of friends from Lebanon and Syria. I worked with them most of my life, and it's the same thing as, like I said in the very start. The worst thing that was ever created on planet Earth is organized religion, because
the Jewish people and what now is Palestinians, they were actually living together in harmony.
Yeah, but the Palestinians, who are the Palestinians? Answer me that. Riddle me that.
I don't know what they were called before they were called Palestinians. No idea. I don't know that much about the history.
All I'm saying is, where did these people that say they're Palestinians came from? They are people that have been thrown out of Jordan. They've been people that have thrown out of Syria. They've been people that have thrown out of Lebanon. They're the Heinz 57 of the world. And Palestine has never been a country. They're just,
I was not talking about the country Palestine, but I was talking about that land that they used to live together there in harmony, But somehow they can't anymore.
But there hasn't been peace in the Middle East for 5,000 years. Are you kidding me?
Well, it can be though. Israeli government can accept Palestinians too. The equality is something especially the Jewish people can understand, right?
No, Jewish people are trying to protect themselves, which what happened is in the 1948 Accord after World War II is that all the nations, which was, it was, what was it? It was WHO then. Not even WHO. It was a World something organization. Said, well, you can have this piece of property and you can call it Israel. And
1948 is called the Nakba because, I guess you can call them Palestinians. They were marched from their homes to, in a way which damn near resembled how Jewish people were marched to the ghettos during the Holocaust. And, there were people who were trying to essentially defend their homes from being bulldozed. I have a friend, one of my old teammates, she's Palestinian. She was telling me how her grandpa went with a couple other people to sit in front of a well to prevent the Zionists from bulldozing it, because that's their source of water. So it was a pretty violent event.
Yeah, well, it goes back. It goes back to what, the 1967 lines, when they had their country already for 19 years, and all of a sudden Egypt, Jordan, everybody wanted to attack Israel. What did the United States do? We basically did bullshit. We didn't do anything. They were flying old third-rate planes from France. They were, they were making tanks out of, Oldsmobiles. And they won that war in the 7-Day War with Egypt. They didn't have any power. And the thing is that, I'm not saying I'm a big fan of Israel or anything else, but they're not going anywhere. I don't care what anybody says or what anybody does to them. Like I said, Gaza is a hemorrhoid to them. Wipe that out.
As I said before too, I don't have anything against the Jews, but I do have anything against the Zionists and Palestine and the Israeli state treating the Palestinians like shit. That's something I have against. And sorry if you say something about that and being called what was it called again?
Anti-Semite.
Am I Semite? Yeah, because I'm not. I'm not against the Jews. I'm against that whole political decision what they made. That's what I'm against. Not against the Jews, right?
Ted, I agree with you 100,000%. I really do. What I'm saying is define who the Palestinians are. The Palestinians, that's a region, okay? You're talking about the same thing that's coming into Europe now, the refugees that are coming from all these different countries. They weren't from the same country. They're not from the same country, but that's who the Palestinians are. I mean, they have no country. They've never had a country. There's never been a country named Palestine.
No, but they were living there, and they were driven out of their homes, and that's
they weren't. The problem is they weren't living there. What it is they've been thrown out from different differences over the last 150 years. It's not over 1,000 years. Back like when the Knights Templar and all that, and the Crusades and all that. I mean, these aren't the same people. And, so they're kind of like Heinz 57s, I mean, they're a little bit from every country in the world. I do agree they got a bunch of rights, and I would support them 100%, from expansion that Israel's doing now. But, I mean, you can't single them out as they're not a race. Put it that way. They're their own thing. Which, Israelis, they're a race. I mean, the Jews are a race of people, and I'm damn sure not Jewish. But I mean, they will wipe out that entire region and that whole corner of the world before you can make them move.
Sorry, I'm driving, so.
But fuck that.
But like I said, I think last episode or the episode before that, they are so good with playing the victim role all the time because of what has happened to them in the Second World War. But they are actually, like Chloe said, doing exactly the same right now to the Palestinian people. I know that you hate that term, but I just keep calling them that because I don't know what to call them else.
No, I don't hate that term. I agree they're Palestinian people, and they have rights to live where they're at. I agree with you.
Yeah, so like I said, stop playing the victim role. I mean, it is really bad what happened in the Second World War, and it shouldn't happen again. But yeah, apparently we never learn.
Guys, it's 10 in the morning here. I have to end this fucking stream.
Alright, anonymous PSA. Make sure to spam neuter your politicians and lobbyists, military contractors, and bankers.
And Israelis.